Chapter 1: The Dark Imperium. The Imperium. Untold millennia have passed since humanity took their first tentative steps into the dark void of space. Stellar empires have risen in glory and fallen in ruin, but always mankind has endured. Now it faces its most desperate war for survival against an endless onslaught of horrors bent upon the absolute destruction of the human race. Mankind is beset. The shadow of damnation spreads across the stars. The waning years of the 41st millennium are an age of constant war, in which history, reason, and hope are ground to dust beneath the inexorable weight of the passing years. Enlightenment is replaced by superstition, understanding by rhetoric, rote and uncomprehending prayer. All that remains is war. For all of this, the Imperium is the single largest and most powerful empire in the entirety of human history. 1,000,000 worlds are said to labor beneath the Imperium's yoke, and at their heart lies Holy Terra and the divine God Emperor, interred forever within his golden throne. This vast domain is envisioned by its rulers as a solid, unified whole, its star systems divided into segmentums and sectors, its populace united by bonds of species and by the overarching imperial faith. The High Lords of Terra, the Ecclesiarchy, and the Adeptus Administratum issue edicts of rule in the Emperor's name. Countless mighty armies and potent battle fleets answer their call. So is the dominion of humanity wrought upon the heavens themselves. So works the Emperor's divine will. The reality is rather different. The Imperium is in constant flux. Worlds vanishing amidst howling warp storms, or annihilated by invading terrors even as new territories are claimed by rogue traders and explorator fleets. Imperial crusades surge across the stars, driving back their enemies or vanishing in the bloody maelstrom of war. The Imperium is best pictured as many thousands of tiny candles, scattered far and wide through a dark and hungry void. Some burn bright or burst into vibrant life, even as others flicker, waver, and are snuffed out. Each imperial world is the fiefdom of its planetary governor, permitted to rule however they see fit, so long as their tithes continue to be delivered on time. Many are despots, tyrants, or inbred incompetents. Even the worthy rulers find themselves separated from the next human world by distances measured in light years, forever beset by invaders from within and without. In such conditions, even the most equitable of rulers needs to become an oppressor if they hope to keep their people alive. Interstellar travel and system-to-system communication in the Imperium are entirely dependent upon the strange dimension of boundless energy known as the warp. Yet though mankind has exploited the energies of the warp to spread across the stars, it is from this hellish realm that the greatest threats to the Imperium have emerged. Malevolent entities flow from within its dark currents to drive loyal souls to heresy and madness, or to manifest as monstrous beasts that ravage the worlds of real space. Everywhere the warp touches, insanity and boundless mutation follow. and the twisted worshippers of the dark gods of chaos are rarely far behind. Nor are these the only threats faced by mankind. Countless alien species teem through the darkness between the stars. They ravage humanity's far-flung domains, even as they feed their rapacious appetites or expand the boundaries of their own Xenos empires. Still, the warriors of the Imperium continue to fight on beyond all rational hope of victory. Theirs is not a war for honor, freedom, or the promise of a better tomorrow. It is a battle for survival, a tooth-and-nail fight to see the next day dawn, a defiant scream into the hungry void that humanity will never, ever give in. There is no room for hope in this nightmarish future, no time for compassion or mercy. There is only war. The Imperium Sanctus. Though certain that the opening of the Great Rift was the work of foul heretics, few in the Imperium know the truth of how or why this catastrophic chain of warp storms erupted across the galaxy. It is clear only that the Imperium is split apart, torn in two by a roiling belt of malevolent empiric energy that has left the Emperor's realm divided as never before. The vast galactic region known as the Imperium Sanctus is the half of humanity's realm that fared better in the wake of the Great Rift's opening. Of course, in this time of nightmares, better is a comparative term. Consisting of the segmentums Pacificus, Tempestus, and Solar, and both parts of Obscurus and Ultima, the Imperium Sanctus has Holy Terra at its heart. From here flows the psychic light of the Astronomicon, a magnificent golden beacon that shines through the madness of warp space to act as a guide for spaceships navigating that perilous realm. The Astronomicon's light is generated upon Terra by a vast choir of psychers, then focused and beamed forth by the Emperor himself. Hundreds of psychers die in agony each day as the effort burns out their minds. Such monstrous attrition is seen as a small price to pay to provide a guide by which humanity can navigate the galaxy. It is thanks to the light of the Astronomicon that, despite the opening of the Great Rift having whipped warp space into a hellish frenzy and left countless Imperial worlds beset, the Imperium Sanctus continues to function. Throughout this immense region of the galaxy, Imperial worlds of every sort raise their tithes of military manpower and vital resources, sending them forth to bolster the armies of the Astra Militarum and feed the never-ending hunger of humanity's stellar empire. Space Marine strike forces surge from one war zone to the next, battling the deadliest threats to the Emperor's realm, while vast Imperial Navy battle fleets engage in blistering void wars against invasion swarms of every sort. Crusades of battle sisters bear the words of the ecclesiarchy into the fiery heart of battle, urging heretics against the imperial faith wherever they are found. Countless imperial agents work the Emperor's will, overtly or secretly, throughout the Imperium Sanctus, while upon Mars and her countless subsidiary forge worlds, the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus hoard the arcane secrets of the Omnissiah. They use this dimly understood lore to fashion the technologies and weapons humanity's armies require to battle their foes. This is not to say that the Imperium Sanctus is a well-oiled machine. Only astropathic communication can bridge the vast distance between Imperial worlds, passing from one straining warp-sensitive mind to another through the treacherous dimension of the immaterium. This process of psychic messaging is heavy with symbolism, vagary, and inaccuracy. Worse still is the very monolithic bureaucracy by which the Imperium Sanctus is governed. Mindless and uncaring, glacially slow, the machineries of administration grind all into dust. Millennia of historical learning are lost amidst dusty catacombs, sealed away behind barriers of religious censor. Response times to crises can often be measured in years, decades, even centuries. To this vast bureaucratic machine, the fates of entire worlds barely register, while individual lives mean less than nothing. The living beings of the Imperium are but grist for its ever-turning mill, a resource no different to the promethium that fuels its engine. The iron and adamantine that armors its warriors and war engines, and the protein gruel that feeds its armies in the field. Most of the men and women who populate this sprawling empire are born, live their lives of toil and fear, and eventually die from hardship, malnutrition, exhaustion, or some barely remarked upon industrial accident without ever having seen an alien, a heretic, nor even a warrior of humanity's armies. Crushed down by the oppressive dictatorial rule of imperial law, and comforted in whatever desperate fashion by the imperial faith. Every one of them has served their part in mankind's galactic war, just as does a bullet fired from a gun, or a blade driven into an enemy's guts. Truly, only those who take to the stars to war or conquer in the Emperor's name stand any chance of seeing more of existence than this. And even then, much of what they witness is invariably horrific. For all its nihilistic misery and soulless oppression, the Imperium Sanctus continues to grind onwards, its sheer weight and momentum carrying it forwards through tragedies unnumbered and hardships untold. This is humanity's every effort turned wholesale to sustaining total war, all the while praying to the Emperor that one day this nightmare may finally end. The Imperium Nihilis. Vast tracts of imperial space lie beyond the roiling warp storms that make up the Great Rift. Cut off from all but most of the determined aid, blind to the Astronomicon's light, and beset upon all sides by legions of nightmarish foes, the worlds of the Imperium Nihilis must look to their own survival by whatever horrific means necessary. The region of space known as the Imperium Nihilis is cut off from Terra's light by the warp storms of the Great Rift. Not only is the light of the Astronomicon obscured by these raging tempests, but there are also only two comparatively stable channels through which Imperial fleets are able to cross the storm front. Even these shuddering gauntlets are haunted by empiric phantasms and piratical wolf packs, but there are at least safer than the narrow passages that open sporadically between the storm belts, only to be swept shut like a monster's jaws upon those brave or desperate enough to dare the crossing. Thus severed from the rest of the Emperor's realm, each world in the Imperium Nihilus must stand alone amidst the darkness. Many fell during the first nightmarish days of the Noctis Aeterna, when shock waves of psychic upheaval lashed the galaxy in the wake of the rift's opening. Planets and their populations were annihilated or twisted beyond recognition as warp storms engulfed them. Hordes of demons spilled from rents in the fabrics of reality to butcher and torment all of them. Heretical cults arose, prophesying the end of all things, and whipping formerly loyal citizens into a murderous frenzy. Rampant mutation ran rife. Abominations were spawned from the darkest nightmares of men's minds, and entire populations turned on one another in self-destructive storms of violence and cannibalism. Other Imperial worlds held out. Fortresses rallied their garrisons, readied their weapons, and drove back attackers from within and without. Hardy agri-worlders formed defense militias, vanishing into the wilds and fighting guerrilla wars against alien invaders. Industrial worlds drafted every man, woman, and child to churn out endless streams of material, hurling wave upon wave of conscripted soldiery into the teeth of terrors from beyond the stars. Even still, for many worlds, death might have been the kinder fate. The Imperium roils and churns, rendering warp travel catastrophically perilous. Forced to wrestle with the spiteful empiric tides, wildly erratic destination flux, and dramatic temporal distortion, Imperial ships can risk only the shortest warp jumps, meaning that not only is the travel through the Imperium Nihilus terrifyingly dangerous, but it must also proceed at a virtual crawl. Interplanetary communication, too, has been almost entirely stifled. Forcing a message across the Imperium Nihilus requires Herculean and often fatal effort. And even those missives that do make it to their intended recipients arrive in the form of recurring nightmares. Many worlds are wholly isolated, more than one population believing themselves the only surviving bastion of human civilization in the galaxy. Many planetary governors, military commanders, and religious leaders have been forced to make terrible choices and commit monstrous deeds in order to keep the light of civilization burning upon the worlds they rule. Plagues of mutation, madness, and supernatural disease blossom, while landscape warps and change beneath baleful skies. Malefic entities manifest seemingly at will to prey upon the unwary, while simple despair stalks every human soul. And while the great rift blazons itself across the firmament, corrupting all that its noxious light touches. Though the human territories within the Imperium Nihilus are crippled, the same is not true of their enemies. Some Xenos races possess alternate methods, be they technological, biological, or seemingly sorcerous, by which they can traverse the stars while bypassing the warp altogether. Others revel in the madness that has been unleashed, joyriding the currents of empiric madness wherever fate wills, and falling in howling tides upon whatever worlds lie in their path. That which blights imperial worlds, fleets and armies serve only to aid the worshippers of the dark gods. Even as it churns in madness, the warp sweeps these heretics and traitors along favorable tides, more often than not, bearing them to their destination swiftly, if not safely. Surges of immaterial energies allow renegade psychers to enact unspeakable rituals that drag entire worlds into damnation, or translocate them into the hellish heart of the warp. Ancient and terrible beings not seen abroad in millennia feed off the raw energies of unbridled chaos, gathering the strength to force their way through the veil and fall upon humanity with howls of glee. Everywhere, hope fails. Still, the loyalist worlds of the Imperium Nihilus fight on, shoring up their faltering hope with unbridled hate. For every system swallowed by the darkness, crusade blazes a trail across the stars to relieve the desperate defense of another. Space Marine chapter planets, inquisitorial fortresses, and Adeptus Sororitas Preceptories shine as bright beacons of defiance amidst the shadows. Night worlds light their watchfires and weather the storm, just as they did during the dread millennia of Old Night. Meanwhile, daring rogue traders, dogged Adeptus Mechanicus explorator fleets, and courageous Imperial Navy flotillas brave the tumult of Immaterium to bring hope to lost worlds or claim new colonies for mankind. Perhaps the end of the galaxy draws nigh. Perhaps the darkness of the Imperium Nihilus will spread like a funeral shroud over all humanity's endeavors. However, while faith continues to burn strong, the defenders of the Imperium will not give in. The Emperor of Mankind. To the vast majority of humanity, the Emperor is a god. He is the divine presence who sits the golden throne of Terra. He is guider, ruler, the higher power to which they offer their prayers for aid and deliverance. He is depicted and worshipped in myriad forms by souls beyond counting. Most would be driven mad with despair if they knew the truth. 10,000 years have passed since the Emperor arose on Holy Terra. It was he that united the warring remnants of humanity and led them to reclaim their lost stellar empire. Records of that glorious age are gone, ground to dust by the weight of passing eons, or lost amidst deeply buried and rune-sealed vaults that none now can open. What remains is allegory, myth, and religious scripture that tells of a great crusade to drive back the darkness of Old Night and replace it with the golden light of the Imperium. The Emperor's gene sons, the demigods known as Primarchs, led his armies of reconquest. Before them no foe could stand. Eternal glory beckoned. Then came heresy. Then came the arch-traitor Horus, the Emperor's fallen son. Horus made war upon his father's realm, leading fully half his mighty brothers into damnation alongside him, and in doing so served the will of the dark and terrible Chaos Gods. tales tell of a devastating war that swept the stars. World after world burned as the Imperium tore at itself in maddened fury. And the angels of the Emperor battled the demons of chaos for possession of humanity's soul. At last, the arch-traitor fell by the Emperor's hand, but not before he had crushed and rent his sire's body with his wicked talons. Legend tells that the Emperor ascended to his golden throne that day. His physical form was broken, sustained only by the device's arcane machineries. Yet his soul and his almighty psychic mind remained as powerful as ever. So began the Emperor's endless vigil over the human race. Though he could no longer walk abroad with his blazing sword and lead his armies to battle, still the Emperor shepherded and protected his people. Enshrined in countless ecclesiarchal sermons, illuminated texts, magnificent frescoes, and immense stained armor-glass windows across the galaxy, that teaching remains central to the Imperial faith. That the Emperor shields mankind from harm, battling the demons of the warp in the spaces beyond reality. So long as his servants remain faithful to him, the Emperor protects. In truth, the Emperor is a carrion lord, his body long withered and decayed. The arcane machineries of the Golden Throne encase his physical remains entire and preserve them using stasis fields and psi-fusion reactors. But of the godlike being he once was, only his supreme will remains. The Emperor cannot communicate with those who serve him, cannot issue commands or make his desires known. His rule is far more metaphysical in nature, for it is by his will that the dark terrors of chaos are prevented from overrunning humanity wholesale. Even as his mummified corpse writhes in eternal purgatory upon the Golden Throne, so his potent spirit still bestrides the warp and does battle with the endless tides of malefic beings that would otherwise burst forth to tear his people apart. The Emperor has given all he has so that his Imperium might endure. Though it has diverged greatly from the realm of strength and civilization that he envisioned, endure it does. The Emperor's throne room is arguably the most heavily protected location in the entire Imperium. Ensconced at the very heart of the Imperial Palace on Terra, it is watched over by the golden-armored giants of the Adeptus Custodes, magnificent warriors whose bodies resonate with the incredible energies of genetic alchemy and whose entire existence is devoted to protecting the Emperor's physical personage and enacting his divine will. The palace itself is an immense fortress, its bastions built atop the throne world's greatest mountain range. Its buttressed fortifications and enormous gun emplacements fit to see off armadas that could despoil entire star systems. The void around Terra throngs with fleets, vast orbital defense platforms, and void-borne minefields. Yet, for all of this, the Emperor is still imperiled. From the stars come invasion fleets beyond numbers. Heretics, aliens, and foul demons, all hurling themselves against the defenses of the Sol system in the hopes of breaking through to Terra itself. Worse still, though the finest magi of the machine god throng around the Golden Throne in never-ending communication, much of their ancient lore has been lost. There are none left in the Imperium capable of maintaining the throne's arcane systems, and now whispers hint darkly that they may be failing. Since his interment, the Emperor has had to consume the souls of hundreds of psychers a day to sustain his existence. But it is said that his appetite for life force is becoming insatiable. Does this mean his own is fading at last? If so, humanity is surely doomed. For if the Emperor dies, then his subjects will soon follow him into the abyss. Rule of the Imperium. With the Emperor an inscrutable deific presence, the rule of his immense realm falls to the High Lords of Terra, known also as the Senatorum Imperialis. This conclave of supreme autocrats issues edicts in the Emperor's name, striving to maintain control of an ever more dystopian Imperium, with its all-consuming labyrinthian bureaucracy and its fractically complex war zones. The Imperium is so vast, so thinly spread across nigh unimaginable cosmic distances, that by its very nature it defies centralized rule. It can take months, sometimes years, for a report, a distress call, or a cry for help to carry across the interstellar gulfs to Terra. Often, the deployment of a response takes even longer, thanks in no small part to the fickle and anarchic nature of warp travel. In practice, great swaths of the Imperium, especially the more remote or hard-to-reach systems, must look to their own governors and soldiery for protection. It can be easy for those who dwell upon such isolated worlds to feel as though the wider Imperium is distant and holds little claim to their planet. However, just because the Emperor's realm is so vast as to be all but ungovernable, this does not mean that its cyclopean, bureaucratic machineries do not aggressively continue to try. It is a foolish governor who considers themselves beyond the Emperor's gaze. Should a world dare diverge from the rigid status quo, it will be brutally repressed, punished, and beaten back into line. Such measures are vital to the survival of the Imperium, for the Emperor's realm is beset on all sides. Examples must be made if every world is to toil as it must for the galactic war effort, and be kept free of the slightest chance of insurrection, heresy, or worse. The High Lords themselves always number 12. 9 titles upon their council are considered virtually sacrosanct. Positions such as the Master of the Administratum, the Paternoval Envoy of the Navis Nobilit, and the Fabricator General of the Adeptus Mechanicus being always preeminent. Other positions vary, drawn from amongst the rarefied circles of Terra's great and good. It is their duty to attempt to interpret the Emperor's will and hope that his potent mind guides the choices they make. choices that routinely decide the fate of billions. Beneath the aegis of the High Lords lies the Adeptus Terra, the colossal bureaucratic engine of imperial governance that is itself broken down into myriad organizations. The largest of these is the Adeptus Administratum, which is comprised of many thousands of subdivisions. To its vast military wing, the Departamento Munitorum, falls the duty of marshalling, supplying, and deploying the immense might of the imperial war machine. It is the task of the wider administratum, meanwhile, to organize, administer, tithe, and archive the Imperium, a task so Sisyphean that their administrative backlog is centuries in arrears. The cogs of the administratum grind ever onwards, however, burning through thousands of exhausted or insane acolytes every day. It is enough that the task is performed, and understanding is neither required nor welcome. There are many other organs of the Adeptus Terra, the Navis Nobilite, and its illustrious houses of sanctioned mutant navigators, the Adeptus Astra Telepathica, whose black ships prowl the Imperium in search of potential psychers, and whose Scholastica Psychina assesses and trains them, or else condemns them to be fed to the Emperor's golden throne. The Adeptus Astronomica, who trains the psychers that will take their places, generating the Astronomicon to guide the Imperial ships in the war. The Adeptus Arbites, whose judges and arbirators enforce the word of Imperial law across the Emperor's realm. The Officio Assassinorum, which takes the most truly exceptional from amongst the human herd and transforms them into monstrous and highly specialized killing machine. The list goes on and on. Many autonomous and semi-autonomous bodies help to rule the Imperium through dogma and military might. The Adeptus Ministorum, Adeptus Mechanicus, Adeptus Astartes, Astra Militarum, Quaestor Imperialis, and others provide the strength of arms to enforce the High Lord's will. The Navis Imperialis sends fleets of warships out into the void, following the trails blazed by the rapacious rogue traders of the Adeptus Astra Cartographica, while the agents of the Inquisition move through the shadows and fight hidden wars in the Emperor's name. Despite the combined efforts of these and other mighty bodies, only a small percentage of distress calls can be answered, and only a fraction of threats met with appropriate force. It is the Imperium's own weight and ponderous momentum that carries it ever forwards, through millennia of disaster and cruelty, more than the actions of any one group. Angels of Death. No greater symbol of imperial authority and military might exists than the Adeptus Astartes. Known to much of the Imperium as the Space Marines, or simply the Angels of Death, these post-human warriors strike with speed, skill, and overwhelming force against the deadliest threats to the Emperor's realm. It is said that there are 1,000 chapters of Space Marines, and that each of those chapters consists of 1,000 loyal battle brothers who stand ready to do the Emperor's bidding. In a realm as vast and disjointed as the Imperium, it is impossible to make such statements with even the faintest hope of surety. If this claim were true, however, it would mean that one space marine existed for every populated planet in the Emperor's realm. It speaks volumes of the abilities of the superlative warriors that the wider Imperium believes this number sufficient. The Space Marines act as sword and shield both. They strike from the heavens to shatter the armies and fastness of their foes as often as they defend the worlds of the Imperium with unshakable determination. Though their numbers are few, each Space Marine is a supremely skilled combatant whose body is enhanced through genetic alchemy and whose mind and soul are armored against fear, doubt, and despair. They are girded with the finest war gear the Imperium can provide, and make war with a speed and ferocity few can match. To become a Space Marine is to become a living weapon. These warriors sacrifice much of their humanity in the name of protecting their species, leaving behind whatever existence they might otherwise have known in favor of endless war in the Emperor's name. In exchange, however, they become more than they could have ever been, and unless death in battle takes them first, they may live to fight for centuries in mankind's service. Space Marines are organized into chapters, each of which is a self-contained and largely self-sufficient army with its own monastic culture, heraldry, traditions, and favored tactics. Nearly every chapter rules over its own personal planet from a fortified fortress monastery of vast size and power. Those that do not instead maintain crusading fleets that ply the darkness of the void and hunt always for the next threat to humanity. Almost all Space Marine chapters are led by a chapter master, a storied exemplar of both martial might and strategic brilliance, who wields greater power and autonomy even than a planetary governor. There is great variation in culture, philosophy, and even physical characteristics between Space Marine chapters. Yet still common threads run through them. These can be traced back to the Primarchs, the mighty demigod sons of the Emperor himself. It was from samples of their genetic material that the original Space Marine legions were created for the Great Crusade, and in accordance with the doctrines of a sacred tome known as the Codex Astartes, it was those legions that were broken down into myriad chapters during the historical Second Founding. Many, many more chapters have been created since in successive foundings, and all have been created using reserve stocks of the substance known as gene seed, which stems from the Primarchs of old. The most recent of these musters was known as the Ultima Founding, and it saw a new breed of Space Marine join the fight for the Emperor's realm. Known as Primaris Space Marines, these mighty warriors were fashioned in vast numbers over 10,000 years by Archmagos Call, one of the most skilled and obsessive of all the Adeptus Mechanicus Magi. Paul based his works on information from an ancient device known as the Sangprimus Portum, given to him by Rabute Gilliman, the Primarch of the Noble Ultramarines chapter. It was whispered that the Portum contained secrets of the Emperor's own gene craft, and combined with the encyclopedic technological lore of Call himself, these secrets have allowed him to fashion still mightier Adeptus Astartes to continue the fight for humanity's survival. Their arrival is timely indeed, for never has mankind's realm been beset to this degree. It remains to be seen, however, whether even such powerful warriors as these can tip the scales. Warriors of the Faith. The Adepta Sororitas, or Sisters of Battle as they are widely known throughout the Imperium, are the militant arm of the ecclesiarchy. To them falls the duty of defending the imperial faith across all the Emperor's realms, purging heretics with bolt, blade, and flame, and launching star-spanning crusades to drive back the darkness that ever threatens to engulf humanity. Countless preachers, confessors, priests, and missionaries set out each year from the Imperial's cardinal worlds to spread the word of the imperial faith. Their duty is to convert the heathen savages of fringe worlds, suborning their deviant belief systems and bringing them into the light of the Emperor by whatever means necessary. They march with imperial armies, their booming rhetoric stoking the fires of faith in all loyal servants of the Emperor who can hear them. They move amongst the teeming populations of imperial worlds, join interstellar expeditions into the darkest reaches of the void, and ensure that more souls every day offer their heartfelt prayers to the God Emperor of mankind. By comparison, the duty of the Adepta Sororitas is singular. They look to the sanctity of the imperial faith, striking swiftly and mercilessly to eradicate any threat to their creed. As the purveyors of the single state-mandated imperial faith, it is unsurprising that the Adeptus Ministorum, commonly called the ecclesiarchy, possesses wealth beyond the wildest imaginings of the most covetous miser. When it comes to their armed forces, however, the Ministorum are anything but frugal. Armored battle chapels and vast transatmospheric invasion cathedrams bear the battle sisters to war. They march out clad in power armor that bears many similarities to that of the Adeptus Astartes, and wielding an array of equally destructive firearms and melee weaponry. Armored fighting vehicles, baroque combat walkers, and devastating mobile artillery support them on the field of war. In all aspects of battle, from their rigorous training and preeminent spiritual purity to their potent material, the Battle Sisters exemplify the strength of the imperial faith and the fury of the God Emperor made manifest. Though in theory the Adepta Sororitas is the weapon of the ecclesiarchy, in truth the militant orders take their direction from the most senior of their number, the Abbess Sanctorum. They are ruled from the Convent Prioris of Terra and the Convent Sanctorum on Ophelia 7, with each Adepta Sororitas order operating from its own armored sanctuaries and retaining responsibility for its own parish, the majority of which span entire sectors of the Imperium. The Inquisition. Few imperial organizations are as shadowy in nature or as far-reaching in their power as the Ordos of the Inquisition. An inquisitor has the authority to requisition whatever military or covert assets they require to complete their mission, to deploy private armies at will, and even unleash the ultimate sanction of exterminatus upon worlds considered lost to damnation. The duty of the Inquisitors is no less than to ensure, through whatever means necessary, the ultimate survival of the Imperium itself. With such a weight upon their shoulders, and such power at their command, it is unsurprising that these singular individuals are Machiavellian and utterly merciless. Many Inquisitors think nothing of mind-wiping or executing entire regiments, garrisons, or even planetary populations, if they believe the deed necessary. They act with the implicit authority of the Emperor's own hand. To deny them is death. The genetically encoded rosette that each Inquisitor carries emits vermilion-level clearance codes that leave no door locked against them, and no asset beyond their reach. Those who know that the Inquisition exists at all pale at the very whisper of its name, and with good cause. The Inquisition is not a single organization, but rather is broken down into a vast number of bodies known as ordos. Each ordo has its own focus and area of responsibility. Some are very broad, such as the witch-hunting ordos Hereticus, or the expert alien slayers of the Ordo Xenos. Others are smaller or more specialized. The Ordo Sepulchrum, for instance, was founded to understand and combat the supernatural diseases spread by the worshippers of the plague god Nurgle. The Ordo Chronos exists to monitor and swiftly neutralize contradictory time streams that are caused by the vagaries of warp travel. The Ordo Barbaris oversees pre-industrial human worlds and ensures that they do not fall into deviant worship. The Ordo Sicarius monitors the deeds and operatives of the Officio Assassinorum. There is even an Ordo Necros, whose purpose is shrouded in mystery, and an Ordo Vigilis that was founded solely to keep watch on the Ordo Necros. Each Ordo varies enormously in size, though in truth many inquisitorial operatives are so secretive in their ways that even the Ordos themselves can give no accurate accounting of how many agents make up their ranks. Though groups of Inquisitors occasionally form like-minded conclaves, they more usually work alone, often on extended undercover missions. More than one Inquisitor has been declared long dead, only to reappear decades, even centuries later, with their mission finally complete. By their very nature, Inquisitors are strong-willed, isolationist, and controlling individuals who rarely work well with peers. However, many do employ bands of hand-picked operatives whose particular skills, specialisms, or knowledge bases are deemed useful. These henchmen typically become fiercely loyal to their Inquisitor, and vary enormously in nature. Law enforcement officers, warrior bodyguards, adepts, and savants of all sorts are common amongst inquisitorial warbands. Stranger beings may also be seen, such as Xenos mercenaries, sanctioned psychers, cult assassins, and countless other unusual and deadly operatives. Such operatives work from the shadows on their Inquisitor's behalf until he or she deems it time to unleash overt military force. Even within each ordo, there are vastly differing schools of thought, so much so that it is not uncommon for different ordos, or even individual inquisitors, to engage in silent wars with one another through the shadows of imperial worlds. The most common division lies between those inquisitors described as Puritan, those who cleave to the absolute letter of the Ordo's laws and operate within fiercely conservative parameters, and the Radicals, who view the tools, technologies, and lore of the Imperium's enemies as tools to be used for humanity's gain. Inquisitors reach such positions by degrees and may move from one school of thought to another during their years of toiling against the darkest horrors of the galaxy. One thing is always true. The longer an Inquisitor fights for the Imperium, the more they learn of the threats they face and the terrifying consequences of failure. The more extreme their methods become, and the harder it gets for them to discern right from wrong. Perils unknown. The Imperium is the largest and most powerful empire to span the stars since the days when the Necrontyr warred with the ancient Eldari. The immensity of the Emperor's realm provides vast resources and martial strength, yet it also brings humanity into conflict with countless enemies, and ensures that every sector of the Imperium knows constant danger. Though official cartographs make the borders of Imperial space look clearly defined and secure, in truth they are in constant flux. Even the segmentum solar is not as unified and stable a human heartland as the administratum would have their subjects believe. While the further one travels from Holy Terra, the more rapidly Imperial space becomes wild and dangerous, pocked with vast regions outside of human control. The far-flung borders of such regions as the Halo Stars, the Veiled region, and the Western Fringe are the wildest of all, with worlds falling to invasion or turning traitor as quickly as new planets can be claimed and settled by rapacious explorator fleets and daring rogue traders. Those loyal to the Imperium huddle behind their battlements and stare out at the dark void beyond, ever wary of the myriad perils that lie in wait in the darkness between the stars. For most, it is less a question of if some terrible threat will descend upon their world as when it will arrive, and what monstrous form will it take when it does. Countless enemies lurk beyond the nominal borders of the Imperium, gathering their strength and choosing their moment to strike. The chaos-serving heretic Astartes are chief amongst these malevolent foes, turncoat space marines who rule over their own empires in the name of the Dark Gods, and descend upon the Emperor's realm to reap and plunder at will. Some ride the empiric tides of onrushing warp storms, while others launch piratical raids or gather together into immense invasion fleets, commanded by some suitably powerful warlord. The most devastating examples of the latter have been the 13 Black Crusades of Abaddon the Despoiler, which between them shattered the linchpins of reality itself, and some say heralded the opening of the Great Rift. Xenos threats beyond number also surround the Imperium on every side. Humanity encounters strange and inimical species every day, from the mind-stealing enslavers and the chronomanic crud to the thermoparasitic vigor. Some creatures are indigenous to a single world. Many more are barely above the level of predatory beasts or parasitic organisms. Dangerous certainly, but not on a grand scale. More threatening by far are the Xenos species whose territorial empires span star systems, and whose borders clash violently with those of the Imperium. The expansionists' Tau Empire presses aggressively into the Imperium's eastern reaches. Barbarous orc invasions crash like bloody waves against the bulwark of humanity's defenses time and time again. Necron tomb worlds awaken, often beneath the feet of horrified Imperial settlers, and their invasion fleets sweep down from space to swat aside humanity's defenses with arrogant ease and eradicate the Emperor's servants like vermin. Tyranid splinter fleets push into the galaxy from every side, writhing from the darkness like the tendrils of some immense beast and scouring all organic life that lies in their path. Meanwhile, new Xenos threats arise all the time, fresh and monstrous terrors, emerging from the darkness beyond the Imperium's borders to plunge human worlds into anarchy and apocalypse. The enemy within. Countless perils lurk within the bounds of the Emperor's realm. The hardship of daily life plants seeds of resentment and rebellion in minds made fertile through suffering. Mutant monsters and concealed foes stalk the shadows, and the ravings of twisted demagogues lead the faithful into damnation. Against these threats, humanity must be ever vigilant. For all the unholy threats prowling beyond the frail lights of Imperial civilization, many believe that it is the darkness lurking within that civilization itself that presents the greatest danger to the Emperor's realm. From twisted instabilities and unnatural deviance to demon-worshipping cults, tech heresy, and xenophile traitors, myriad enemies rise from amongst the human herd with every passing day. Piracy and sedition are a constant threat, of course. The rule of imperial law is harsh, and many are unwilling to exist within its strictures. Even without the corrosive effects of chaos worship and full-blown heresy, many ship captains, Astra Militarum regiments, and planetary governors give in to the lure of disloyalty with every passing year. Their punishment may be slow in coming, for the Imperium is lumbering and monolithic. It always comes eventually, however, and the sentence is invariably death. Mutation is another widespread scourge that lurks in the dark corners of countless Imperial colonies, outposts, hive cities, and industrial sprawls. Its causes are myriad: industrial runoff and toxic environs, iterative generations exposed to strange planetary conditions, alien radiation, simple genetic deviation, or most insidious of all, the warping influence of chaos. This last has become a more pressing danger than ever since the opening of the Great Rift. It is at the heart of why the Imperium is almost entirely intolerant of mutation. While useful strains of abhumans such as ogrins, ratlings, or navigators are officially sanctioned, the curse of mutation is normally met with violent abhorrence, lest such rampant deviance be a sign of dangerous warp taint. The people of the Imperium are taught to hate, fear, and revile the mutant, and failure to report such abominations is considered tantamount to heresy. Of course, such a culture of intolerance serves to drive vast numbers of otherwise sane and loyal abhumans to desperate measures, and has ushered countless lost souls in the arms of the Dark Gods over the millennia. In an era of such all-pervading war, however, the Imperium can ill afford the weakness of mercy. Not all heretics are mutants, however. Amidst the grinding misery of the dystopian Imperium, there are countless reasons that a human soul might turn to the worship of chaos. Some seek release from lives of slavery, poverty, and hopeless, endless toil. Others desire power or influence, whether to provide for those who depend upon them or to have revenge themselves upon those who have oppressed or mistreated them. Few who fall to the honeyed promises of the Dark Gods truly start out as evil. However, it is a slippery slope of morally compromising choices that lead from desperation or idealistic recidivism to full-blown heresy. Cults beyond number gather in the dark corners of hive cities to worship deities. Primitive priests work forbidden blood rites upon frontier worlds. Imperial nobles fall to hedonistic pleasure sects, while twisted misinterpretations of imperial scripture lead unwriting practitioners into summoning rituals that can damn worlds. The Dark Gods. The gods of chaos dwell within the endless and infinitely mutable realm of the warp. Ancient entities of unimaginable power and infinite malice, they look upon real space with covetous eyes and scheme endlessly for its overthrow. There are 4 of these monstrous beings, each an exemplar of mortal obsessions and fears, each certain that they, and they alone, should rule all. In the warp, similar thoughts and emotions gather like rivulets of water. They form streams and eddies of anguish and desire, pools of hatred and torrents of pride. Since the dawn of time, these tides have flowed through the warp. Such is their power that they formed creatures made of the very stuff of dreams and nightmares. Eventually, these instinctual, formless beings gained a rudimentary consciousness. The Chaos Gods were born. Vast psychic presences made from the fantasies and horrors of mortals. As the races of the galaxy prospered and grew, so too did their hopes and dreams, their rage and wars, their love and hatred. This burgeoning flood of raw emotion fed the nascent Chaos Gods and nurtured their unholy power. Eventually, the gods reached back to their makers, into and through the dreams of mortals. Soon, seeing the fruits of their labors, they began an eternal venture to influence the physical realm and its myriad races. A Chaos God grows in power through the actions and thoughts of mortals. Those who worship such a dark god and behave in a way that feeds it are rewarded with strange gifts, extraordinary power, and potentially immortality. The Chaos Gods battle one another constantly in the warp, hurling endless armies of their demon followers into conflict across the ever-changing hellscapes of the realm of chaos. So too do their mortal followers make war across real space, fighting always to further the goals of their patron deity, in the hope that their reward will elevate them to greater power. Khorne. Khorne is the blood god, embodying battle, bloodshed, and senseless rage. His followers depict him most commonly as a towering and monstrously thewed warrior clad in brazen armor, seated upon an immense throne of brass sat atop a mountain of trillions of mortal skulls. Khorne's head is styled as that of a bestial warhound from whose nostrils spurt smoke and flame, and whose grotesque features are half hidden by a skull-like helm. His feet are pictured as cloven hooves. His eyes are fiery crimson pits of the deepest and most intense hatred imaginable. At Khorne's side is shown the greatest and most destructive sword ever created, known across the galaxy as Woe-bringer, War-maker, and the end of all things. It is said that when Khorne swings this titanic blade, he can hack apart the stuff of reality itself, allowing his frenzied demon legions to spill forth. It is the creed of Khorne's worshippers that he desires eternal war and endless bloodshed. He cares not whether it is his own warriors or those of his many enemies who bleed, only that the blood continues to flow. The Lord of Battle's wrath is infinite. They say his hatred and bloodlust utterly is unquenchable. His temple is the battlefield, his altar the blazing trench, bloodied arena, or shell-blasted city. All who make war worship Khorne by their deeds, whether they intend to or not. In this age of ceaseless galactic conflict, the blood god has grown mighty indeed. Tzeentch. Known by such titles as the Changer of the Ways, the Great Sorcerer, and the Architect of Fate, Tzeentch is the patron deity of change, destiny, and unbound sorcery. His worshippers empower their god through manipulation and politicking, and by their desire for continual change and reshaping of reality. Depicted as an ever-shifting being whose flesh crawls with laughing, whispering, sobbing, prophesying, and lying faces, Tzeentch is shown crowned by sweeping horns wreathed in arcane fire and surrounded by nebulae of magical energies which twist and change to show those places and people upon whose fate the deity muses. Tzeentch's worshippers know that he has plans of his own, schemes of insane, labyrinthine complexity fit to drive even the most ferociously intelligent mortal minds to madness. The change god's servants labor constantly to fulfill his ineffable plots, and their purposes and deeds often seem like utter lunacy to their enemies, until the precise moment they come to spectacular and bloody fruition. Nurgle. Grandfather Nurgle is said to be as generous as he is malignant, for he is the source of every disease, pestilence, parasite, and epidemic ever to trouble mortal beings. Nurgle is rarely described as a spiteful god, but rather he sees his plagues as gifts, given freely so as to maintain the endless fecund cycle of death, decay, and unbound life that follows in its wake. He is commonly depicted as a vast hulk of rotting, parasite-riddled flesh, through which an infinite number of diseases and vast swarms of plague mites run rampant. His boil-pocked skin is leathery and green, while the bloated innards that spill through its rinse are said to give off a stench that can rot reality itself. Nurgle is depicted as hunched over his cauldron of poxes, humming cheerfully to himself as he brews up another infectious concoction with which to bless the mortal races of real space. The plague god's realm within the Imperium is depicted as a monstrous garden of unimaginable foulness and rampant life. Amongst foetid swamps and bloated plant life, his demons gamble and trudge, and the land itself can spill through into the real space when enough disease, entropy, and misery is concentrated upon a single point. Nurgle's power fluctuates the most of all the Chaos gods. At its apex, when his metaphysical epidemics ravage the stars, only to fall into remission when the tides of sickness burn themselves out. Yet he always rises again, for entropy is everlasting. Slaanesh. Slaanesh is the Dark Prince, the hideously beautiful embodiment of excess in all its mortal forms. His is the power of endless temptation, of even the most virtuous beginnings transformed and perverted into hideous vice. Arrogance, lust, greed, sadism, desire, ambition, all serve to feed the Dark Prince's power. Yet so too does any excess of love, generosity, determination, or pride. In short, as soon as a mortal being's efforts pass into the realms of obsession, they give worship to Slaanesh, however inadvertently. Depictions of Slaanesh vary depending upon what speaks loudest to the worshipper's hidden desires. The Dark Prince is most often described in human lore as an androgynous and lissom figure, guileless in their innocence, yet with the eyes that instantly steal the soul of any mortal who dares look into them. Slaanesh's domain within the realm of chaos is said to be a vast palace of pleasure that resides at the heart of 6 concentric circles of temptation. Each of these perverse realms appears at first glance to be a paradise devoted to a different mortal desire, be it vainglory, gluttony, lust, sloth, or any other obsession. Yet in truth, each is a hellish snare intended to waylay those who would invade the Dark Prince's territory and trap them forever in the torments of their own making. Chapter 2: The Saga Imperialis. The Emperor's realm is a fortress forged of blood and bone, of fire and iron, and courage and hate. Its walls are the corpses of martyrs beyond count. Carrion mountains rise like foothills about them, the last remains of its myriad foes mingling with the dust of time itself. Neither can fell this endless edifice. The Imperium stands eternal. Sleep well, and enjoy the tale of the Saga Imperialis. But first, if you are interested in a completely ad-free Lord Asleep 2 experience, consider joining this channel. For just 99 cents a month, you can get access to all past and future Lord Asleep 2 content absolutely ad-free, as well as an RSS feed to listen to Lord Asleep 2 on your favorite podcasting app, excluding Spotify. Click the join button to learn more. Ages of mankind. The road the human race has walked through history stretches long and bloody at their collective heels. Its origins are hidden by the swirling dust of eons, its present wreathed in the flames of war, and ahead, the future yawns like a dark and forbidding pit. Still, Imperial historians do what they can to preserve the truth of humanity's journey, even if none may survive to read it. Beneath the Imperial Palace on Terra lie thousands of miles of catacombs, hushed vaults, and scroll-stuffed libraries. They are protected by rune-sealed bulkheads so formidable they could endure sustained orbital bombardment. Their guardians are shadowy terrors, unsleeping, ever vigilant. So vast is their sprawl that predatory things that have evolved amidst the shadows and the dust, ruling over trammeled ecosystems of pallid troglodyte vermin. The knowledge kept here under lock and key spans the great ages of humanity. Even this ultimate repository is moldering and much eroded by entropy's inescapable touch. Yet, just those fragmented records that remain would take many lifetimes to study, and contain secrets enough to blast the reader's sanity or bring the entire Imperium crashing down. It is well, perhaps, that few even know of the endless archive's existence. Fewer still are permitted beyond their doors. Age of Terra, M1 through M15. No record now remains of humanity's first faltering steps into the interstellar void. Yet step they did, their confidence and skill increasing until steps became strides, became bounding leaps through space. Ancient Earth became the shining hub of a powerful human realm, with Mars, the first world terraformed, standing proud as a bastion of technological innovation and scientific learning. Humanity's first encounters with alien races are not directly detailed, though fragments suggest that accords were struck with some, while wars were fought against others. Most notably, the ever-belligerent orcs. Little more can be said of this long-lost age of adventure and hope. Glimpses and echoes are all that survive. Age of Technology, M15 through M25. The first indications of human warp travel date from the early millennia of this age. They hinted gruesome disasters and many setbacks. Yet it is clear that eventually the technology was perfected. The cultivation of the navigator gene and the establishment of the navigator houses came soon after, allowing vast leaps in interstellar travel, and the establishment of a full-blown human empire amongst the stars. As humanity's power and influence grew, so too did its hubris. The indomitable spirit of human endeavor has ever risen to the sternest challenges. Interstellar exploration, trade, and inevitably warfare presented challenges like nothing mankind had faced before. Planetary colonization proceeded at a ferocious rate. It seems likely that during this era, the human race splintered and reformed time and again into warring or competing power blocks and planetary empires. But nothing could destabilize human space as a whole. Human scientists, engineers, inventors, and innovators became the new gods. They worked alien technologies into their race's devices to increase their efficacy with little thought to the risks. They modified their species' genome to ever greater degrees, fashioning vast armies of tailored gene troopers whose humanity was all but lost amidst the array of freakish alterations worked upon their bodies and minds. They invented standard template construct machines, or STCs, that allowed human colonists to rapidly fashion everything they needed to dominate new worlds from whatever natural resources were available. They developed sentient nanoplagues, world-sundering energy weapons, and endless ranks of fearsome men of iron that could be unleashed upon those who refused to bend their wills, alien and human alike. They fashioned thinking machines of vast intellect that administered to the every need of a colony world, transformed into glittering utopian paradises. It was during this age also that humanity's psychic evolution is said to have accelerated apace, and therein lay the seeds of this first human empire's annihilation. Arch-historiators, chronopedants, and inquisitors of Ordo Hereticus have combined what scraps of information exist from this era and have agreed upon two things. First, that it is impossible now to separate fact from allegory. Second, that the first mentions of psychers appear around the end of M22, are near ubiquitous across humanity's worlds by late M23, and that absolute anarchy is said to have engulfed the worlds of mankind soon after. The collapse was sudden and appalling, a wave of apocalyptic catastrophe that was swept across human space. Terrible wars saw entire star systems scoured of life. Armies of mechanical soldiers marched against their creators and slaughtered billions. The scourge of mutation ran rampant, and everywhere psychic atrocities were unleashed. Everything from psychers claiming godhood over entire worlds to demonic possession and full-blown reality collapse. Then came the most ferocious warp storms that had been seen in all of mankind's history. Age of Strife, M25 through M30. If the previous age had been one of prosperity and enlightenment, the Age of Strife was its dark mirror. It is hard for historians to separate fact from insane ramblings or prophecies of doom. But it appears that terrible wars raged across the length and breadth of humanity's galactic domain. Many worlds were consumed entirely, while even those whose populations endured were cut off from one another by the warp storms ravaging real space. During this era of isolation and hardship, many colonies underwent drastic and widespread mutations. Some were destroyed by it, for those mutations were the result of warp energies saturating their flesh and engulfing their worlds. Others underwent more natural processes of adaptation, transforming into abhumans such as ogrins, ratlings, stilt limbs, or beastmen. Many wondrous advancements were lost or fell into disrepair, most of the STC technologies amongst them. Subjected to millennia of isolation, hardship, invasion, and horror, countless worlds plunged into post-apocalyptic barbarism. Among them was Earth itself. Legend tells how the home world writhed in the grip of terrible wars beyond count. Techno-barbarians battled collectives of gene soldiers through the blazing ruins of once great arcologies. Cannibal savages unleashed unholy powers upon legions of cyborg zealots. Grand warlords, demagogues, and proto-deities rose and fell, each one threatening to finally take the planet and its people with them into damnation. And then, in humanity's darkest hour, came the Emperor. It was he who at last healed the terrible breaches between renamed Terra and rebellious Mars. It was he also who led the brutal campaign known as the Unification Wars, at the head of armies of super soldiers known as Thunder Warriors. These were the precursors to the Emperor's mighty Space Marine legions, and at their head the Emperor cast down all rivals for the throne of Terra. Yet this was only the beginning of his endeavors. At last the age of strife was over. Hope was restored. Yet hope has never been humanity's addiction and curse both. Age of Darkness, M31. Seeking to unify not just Terra, but rather all of humanity's lost domains, the Emperor gathered his might and launched the Great Crusade. Here was the single grandest undertaking mankind had ever known. Only one as charismatic and uncompromising as the Emperor could have even conceived of a plan so far-reaching. Mighty fleets departed Terra, vast space marine legions at their heads, and sweeping all resistance before them. In their wake came all the manifold agents of Imperial compliance, ready to impose the Emperor's secular truth upon what they were taught was an ignorant and fearful galaxy of misrule. It was the Emperor's vision that the Great Crusade would reclaim all the lost worlds of humanity and reunite them beneath his banner. Not only this, but all Xenos species would be purged mercilessly from the galaxy, and all resistance to Imperial rule crushed. Only in this way, the Emperor claimed, could the dark tragedies of the past be prevented from occurring again. The Great Crusade swept the stars for more than 100 years, pushing always outward and bringing ever more systems and worlds into the nascent Imperium. Yet the seeds of disaster were planted at the very heart of the Emperor's designs. Before beginning his labors, he had first fashioned the Primarchs, a brotherhood of alchemically engineered demigods from whose genetic material the gene seed of the Space Marines Legion was created. Before they could be truly born, however, the Dark Gods discovered the Emperor's designs and contrived to snatch away the Primarch's incubation pods and cast them adrift upon the tides of the warp. Each Primarch landed upon a different planet, scattered far and wide across humanity's ancient domains, and grew to maturity amongst the people of their adoptive worlds. As the Great Crusade pushed out across the stars, the Primarchs were rediscovered and repatriated into the Imperium. Each was given leadership of the legions their gene seed had created, and charged to lead them as the Emperor's vision dictated. It was the Emperor's favored son, War Master Horus of the Luna Wolves Legion, who first turned. Even as humanity stood upon the brink of triumph, he was seduced by the whispers and lies of the dark gods, and turned in wrath upon his father's empire. Horus led fully half of his Primarch brothers into damnation alongside him, and plunged the Imperium into the worst civil war mankind had ever known. This dark and terrible conflict raged from one end of the galaxy to the other, pitting brother against brother, and Space Marine Legion against Space Marine Legion, until at last it was decided at the cataclysmic Siege of Terra itself. It was during that final battle that the Emperor felled Horus at last, and drove his traitor legions into exile, but not before the War Master had mortally wounded his sire. So was the Emperor confined to the Golden Throne. So was the Imperium sundered, never to be truly whole again. So began hope's slow death. Remnants of a dark age. The Imperium of the 41st millennium is a deeply superstitious realm, its people bound in shackles of ignorance and blinded against dangerous truths. Atavistic terror and religious disgust characterize its attitudes to the mechanical innovation, stemming from the barely remembered horrors of the dark age of technology. Technology is but dimly understood by the mass of humanity. Be they erudite scholars, military heroes, the pilots of spacecraft, or ragged serfs. The majority of mankind attributes the operation of technology to fickle machine spirits that must be beseeched with the proper rituals of activation and appeased with offerings of sanctified oil, sacred unguents, and the like. Only the Magi of the Adeptus Mechanicus possess true repositories of technological lore. They hoard all they have gathered in towering data stacks deep within the industrial sprawls of their fortified factory planets known as Forge Worlds. Yet even these insular priests make no distinction between technical blueprint and sacred scripture, component and holy relic. Their prayers are delivered in blaring binaric cant, their repairs conducted as incense-wreathed rituals, and the construction of their revered machines performed by rote rather than understanding. Experimentation and invention are considered tantamount to heresy. The doctrines of their machine god, the Omnissiah, grew out of the terrors of the Age of Strife, and warn of the dangers of rampant innovation. Knowledge lost to the ravages of time remain lost, for the terror of tech heresy, or at least its discovery and the subsequent punishment, is greater by far than the dread of ignorance. For all this, the Adeptus Mechanicus holds vast power in the Imperium, which is reliant upon technology to survive. There's a reason that worship of the Omnissiah is the only officially tolerated religion besides the Imperial Creed. Nor do the Adeptus Mechanicus view the acquisition of lost technologies to be in any way equivalent to the sin of fashioning devices anew. There is an irony long lost on the tech priests that they hunt rapaciously for even the slightest fragments of ancient human artifice, many of which are examples of the very dark age technology so reviled by their own creeds. Such relics of the Omnissiah are viewed as sacred treasures. Armies are readily sacrificed to ensure their acquisition. Most precious of all are the remnants of standard template construct machines that have survived the millennia. These remarkable STCs allow auto-fabrication of devices that humanity can well use in their war for survival. Many of the Imperium's most ubiquitous weapons and war engines are still produced in this fashion. The Imperial Creed is as damning of unsanctioned technology as it is of mutation or rebellion. Many allegorical parables warn against the horrors of artificial intelligence. Such thinking machines are regarded with horror, and are banned even amongst the Adeptus Mechanicus. The average Imperial citizen views tech heresy as akin to witchcraft, and reacts with equal intolerance to either. Some human worlds play host to ancient sites where the remains of dark technology lurk, but these are shunned as cursed by those forced to live in their shadows. Xenos technology is even further mistrusted. Even the most replicable and galaxy-changing innovations are typically shunned if they are of alien origin. There are exceptions. Dangerous archaeotech finds its way up from the lawless roots of hive cities or mine workings after being excavated by labor gangs. Fringe world colonists, who take a more pragmatic approach to survival than most, trade with neighboring Xenos species, and in doing so, introduce xenotech to the sprawling Imperial black markets. Such dangerous prizes are sought out by the various Ordos of the Inquisition, of course, as are their suppliers, for the damage that these deviant devices can cause in the wrong hands does not bear imagining. Legacy of strife. The human race bears deep scars upon their collective psyche, thanks to the horrors of the Age of Strife, which ground on for almost 6 millennia. Mankind survived its ravages in only the most fragmented and desperate fashion, emerging from its shadows and into the Emperor's light as a species much changed. The collapse of society during the Age of Strife brought a violent end to millennia of human confidence. It shattered the species' sense of galactic destiny. Never before had there been a peril or challenge human ingenuity could not best. Worse, the dangers that laid mankind low came from within, unmarked until it was too late. The damage done to the gestalt human psyche by thousands of years of galactic catastrophe ran so deep as to become instinct, mistrust of curiosity and invention, of alien influence and psychic witchcraft predominated. Humanity became close-minded and violently conservative, desperate to avoid repetition of the mistakes that had led to the horrors of the Age of Strife. Where lore and record-keeping failed, mythology and religion kept those fears alive. Perhaps this explains the fervor with which the Emperor's Great Crusade was greeted. Though, of course, countless warlords and isolationist societies fought his rule, the Emperor's unification brought a safe and secular comfort that banished the ghosts haunting the human soul. If this is truth, then it would also explain why the Emperor's fall saw the specters rush back in with such vengeance. Fearful and bereft, humanity sought strength in the blind zealotry that the Emperor himself had so assiduously discouraged, becoming ever more entrenched in their superstitions over time. The Age of Strife even scarred the galaxy itself. Countless worlds were reduced to inimical wastelands or overrun by dangerous living weapons. Others were left haunted by the cyclopean ruins of lost endeavor, vast halos of decaying orbital machinery, looming spires crackling with strange energies, echoing tech vaults still concealing deadly threats behind bulkheads buried in the dust of ages. Every time the Imperium discovers another such remnant of its former glory, it is but another reminder of the hubris that damned humanity, and the dangers of daring to hope in such a dark and terrible age. Age of Darkness. The Horus Heresy tore the Imperium in two, pitted brother against brother, and saw countless imperial worlds burn. Yet, for all the devastation and death that occurred across the span of that dreadful conflict, its after effects were perhaps even more catastrophic, echoing down through the ages even unto the 41st millennium. Many dreams died when the Emperor was sealed within the Golden Throne. Mankind was shorn of his guidance. Lost, too, was the wisdom of the Emperor's vizier, Malkador the Sigillite, who perished during the last battle for Terra. And more than half of the Primarchs lost either to death or betrayal. Their surviving loyalist siblings vanished one by one, fading into history and leaving humanity ever more bereft. It was left to the High Lords and the Imperial cult to do what they could in the Emperor's stead. The Age of Darkness cost the Imperium its wisest minds. But more than that, it also shattered what certainties humanity had managed to rebuild. The secular imperial truth was undone. Horus's dark pacts and otherworldly allies had exposed the malevolent Imperium for all to see. Only through brutal repression and religious dogma could this knowledge be prevented from corroding humanity's soul. Thus began a spiral of enforced ignorance that cost humanity dear. Trust, too, was a casualty of the heresy. The Space Marines had been humanity's protectors, the Primarchs its mightiest champions. If one as trusted as War Master Horus could turn, who among the legions Astartes could ever be relied upon again? Historians point to such sentiments as the catalysts or the sweeping reforms that fragmented the Imperial war machine in the heresy's wake. It was Ultramarines Primarch Rabute Guilliman himself who penned the Codex Astartes, the sacred text whose implementation saw the vast Space Marine legions split into parent chapters and their successors to ensure that never again could any one warlord wield such a concentration of martial might. The Imperial Army and Navy were both massively compartmentalized, spread across the Imperium's vast reaches, and commanded by layer upon layer of officers and bureaucrats. The Ordos of the Inquisition kept watch over humanity's rulers from the shadows, while draconian new laws aimed to ensure that rebellion on the scale of the heresy could never occur again. In the wake of the Age of Darkness, there was hope again for a time, albeit hope of a bloody-minded and insular sort, very different from that inspired by the Great Crusade. Yet, as the years ground on and brought new hardships and perils with them, that hope was replaced by unthinking authoritarian dogma and the simple determination to survive for survival's sake. There are those who say that though the body of the Imperium survived the Horus heresy and recovered from its wounds, the soul of mankind never did. Age of the Imperium. The rising tide of horrors that crashes against humanity's bastions in the 41st millennium has done so for thousands of years. After the Age of Darkness came a period of hardship as Xenos Invaders and piratical raiders preyed upon the weakened Imperium. Though repulsed time and again, their attacks have never ceased. Throughout M32, humanity struggled not only to recover what it had lost, but to retain its grip upon that which it still held. Invasions and separatist uprisings took their toll as the High Lords strove to defend their scattered domains. The last loyal Primarchs were lost during this turbulent era. Jagatai Khan of the White Scars and Layman Russ of the Space Wolves vanished into the stars while hunting their foes, while Vulcan of the Salamanders and Korax of the Raven Guard disappeared under more mysterious circumstances. Rogal Dorn of the Imperial Fists was said to have fallen in battle with the traitor legions, while his brother Rabute Guilliman of the Ultramarines was laid low by Fulgrim, demon Primarch of the Emperor's Children. Guilliman was spirited away from battle and encased in a shimmering stasis field that preserved him in a long sleep through the millennia to come. Through M33 and M34, the Adeptus Terra secured an ever more ironclad grip on power. Many of the astropathic sanctums that transmit messages even today were established during this era, as were a great number of the fortress worlds and deep space naval bases that still watch over subsectors of Imperial space. Over the same period of time, the Imperial Creed became the sanctioned religion of the Emperor's realm. The mailed fists of bureaucracy and religion took a tight hold of mankind's reins, and for a time they endured, even prospered. Then came the era of Nova Terra Interregnum. For over 900 years, the Imperium was split in two, after the Council of Nova Terra claimed sovereign rule of the entire Segmentum Pacificus. Also known as the Time of the Two Emperors, this turbulent period of imperial history saw countless civil wars, uprisings, and trade disputes. Documentation from this era suggests that many such disturbances had their roots in heretical subversion, though heavy redaction by the Ordos Malleus makes it hard to say for certain. A legacy of mistrust and prejudice lingered long after the Imperium reunification, such that even in M41, the Segmentum Pacificus is still the most under-resourced in the Imperium. What followed in M36 has become known as the Age of Apostasy, for it saw devastating religious schisms threaten the very survival of the Imperium. Goge Van Dyer's Reign of Blood very nearly brought the Imperium to its knees, and saw the worst internecine imperial conflict since the Age of Darkness. It was followed by the horrors of the Plague of Unbelief, a galaxy-wide uprising of corrupt demagogues that saw the followers of the Dark Gods wreak havoc. In the wake of such heresy and strife, the era from M37 to M41 became known as the Age of Redemption. Crusade after crusade was launched by Imperial forces, many of them penitent in nature and oath sworn to reclaim those worlds lost to infighting, heretical overthrow, or Xenos invasion in prior centuries. The Imperium knew many victories during this era, yet the zealous fervor that drove mankind's armies onward had scant regard for the sustainability of the worlds it won. The Makarian conquests were arguably the last and greatest of these crusades, for they saw 1,000 worlds claimed for the Imperium in just 7 years. Yet the subsequent collapse into rebellion and heresy of those same worlds was characteristic of the years that followed, a period known as the Waning, in which the overextended and martially exhausted Imperium saw control begin to slip from its grasp. The rule of Imperium law became ever more draconian in response, and portents of doom were both incessant and relentless. The Prescient foretold great ripples in the warp, like the water disturbed by a colossal but unseen menace. Darkness was coming for the Emperor's realm. The Alien Tides. For as long as humanity has sailed the stars, they have encountered alien races. These races, broadly classified as Xenos by the Adeptus Terra, have on occasion proved valuable allies alongside whom to battle mutual foes. More often by far, they are themselves the enemy, and must be fought to the death, lest they butcher, devour, or enslave the worlds of mankind. For 10,000 years, from the westernmost reaches of the Segmentum Pacificus to the most far-flung listening stations of the eastern fringe, the Imperium has made war upon myriad alien races, and has been made war upon in its turn. To an authoritarian regime such as the Adeptus Terra, There is little room for ambiguity when it comes to the hated Xenos, and no consideration given to the possible benefits of alliance or truce with any of them. That which is inhuman is unclean, and must therefore be destroyed. The realities of combat in the field are rarely as binary, however. On many occasions throughout its long history, the armies of the Imperium have found common cause with the more comprehensible Xenos species, even on occasion those deemed monstrous, when faced with yet worse perils. In particular, this is true of the craft world Eldari, or the mysterious Harlequins, with whom many temporary accords have been struck. Yet, even these pacts seem always to manipulate mankind's destiny in unforeseen ways. Aware of the eldritch abilities of the Eldari, plentiful Imperial commanders have embraced mutual annihilation on their own terms, rather than set aside their ingrained xenophobia. The wars against the Orc menace have been comparatively simple, if at times utterly devastating. Setting aside the odd, unconfirmed report of illicit trade with alleged green-skinned subfactions, humanity and the Orcs have been at one another's throats nearly constantly for the best part of 10 millennia. The Orc race is so incredibly prolific that few indeed are the star systems without at least a hint of greenskin presence. Moreover, these crude and anarchic aliens are so aggressive that to encounter them at all is to find oneself embroiled in an immediate and rapidly escalating war that it soon becomes clear is being fought as much for the Orc's sheer enjoyment as for any coherent material gain. Such sudden and senseless conflicts are bad enough, but Imperial history is littered with examples of those times when greenskin numbers have reached critical mass upon some world or system, and a wag has begun. From the notorious War of the Beast to the Second and Third Armageddon Wars, and the unstoppable advance of the Arc-Arsonist of Charadon, such occasions have seen the Imperium virtually brought to its knees by this brutal and widespread foe. Some Xenos threats to the Imperium are more ancient than humanity itself. This is true of the myriad Eldari factions, but equally so of their ghoulish nemesises of old, the Necrons. Imperial historians know little of the origins of this race of murderous alien androids, and much of the knowledge they have successfully gathered has been delivered by the arrogant and often insane overlords of the Necrons themselves, casting its veracity into doubt. It is certain, however, that the Necron race plunged themselves into millennia of hibernation long ago, perhaps seeking to outlast or evade some deadly foe. Now they are awakening again. Their buried complexes of stasis tombs rumble into life deep beneath the surface of countless worlds scattered across the galaxy. The Inquisitors of the Ordo Xenos suggest that the Necron race is fractured into many factions, and that, thanks to the ravages of time, it has emerged from its long sleep damaged in both body and mind. For all this, the Necrons are a terrifying and infallible foe. Conflicts such as the battle for the ice-locked war zone Damnos have proved to the Imperium that nothing short of an overwhelming military response stands any chance of overcoming the Necrons' eldritch technologies, or the shackled godlike beings that they goad into battle. By comparison, the Imperium also faces Xenos threats that are comparatively young and vital, or else have only made their appearance upon the galactic stage of late. When explorator ships first marked the homeworld of the Xenos race classified as the Tau, they found a relatively primitive society that were marked for potential further study or exploitation, and then ignored. The next the Imperium saw of the Tau was when the aliens' technology advanced and ideologically driven empire surged into the eastern fringe. How the Tau could have possibly advanced so swiftly was beyond the ken of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and thus swiftly put down to monstrous alien heresy. A more pertinent question appeared to be how to best drive them back. The most serious attempt yet by the Imperium to do so has come to be known as the Damocles Crusade, and at best that bloody and protracted war could be adjudged to a draw. Unable to keep pace with the rapid maneuvering of Tau forces, and in constant danger of losing outlying populations to the utopian promises of the aliens' water-caste diplomats, Imperial commanders were at last forced to enact a broad frontage annihilation protocol that employed ancient Adeptus Mechanicus technology to mutually deny a firebreak of worlds in the path of the Tau advance. It was a desperate act that put an end to a desperate war. But it seems unlikely that this is the last the Imperium will see of the dynamic Tau Empire. In the meanwhile, however, the Tyranids had begun to assail the fringes of the galaxy, and it rapidly became clear to the beleaguered Imperium that here was a new terror to rival any alien they had faced before. Descending in vast and rapacious swarms, the Tyranids appeared at first to be little more than predatory animals, incredibly dangerous certainly, but limited by their lack of higher intelligence or motivation. Yet as more and more Tyranid tendrils push into the galaxy, as the hive fleets adapt rapidly to each new military encounter, seed mutant cults through the Imperium societies and react with ominous cunning to each fresh attempt to understand or destroy them, and understanding has spread through the Ordo Xenos and beyond that these aliens are driven by some vast hive mind that seems focused on the eradication of all non-Tyranid life in the galaxy. All races must now face this terrible threat if they wish to survive. But with the Great Rift sundering the stars, and the agents of the Dark God spreading death and anarchy through every sector of Imperial space, can any one power truly muster the strength to turn back the Tyranid tide? The horrors of chaos. Time passes strangely in the warp, and its corrupting energies make a mockery of that which the human race considers possible. So it is that those same traitor legions, who pitted themselves against the throne world 10,000 years ago, still endure, sustained by sheer bitterness, the fires of their hatred of the Emperor unquenched by the long passage of years. The Imperium has known countless foes over its millennia-long existence. Many have come and gone, their own power waxing and waning. Others have prevented sudden and shocking threats to the Emperor's realm, but once vanquished have vanished into the teetering mountains of data scrolls and ledgers entombed beneath the Emperor's palace on Terra. Only one enemy has remained a constant and omnipresent threat throughout the last 10,000 years. And there is a grim irony that it is an enemy of humanity's own making. These are the traitor legions, the heretic Astartes, the dreaded Chaos Space Marines. Hounded across the galaxy by vengeful Imperial armies, Horus's traitors were forced to take refuge in the Eye of Terror, a vast interstitial area of space between the warp and real space. Plunging into the anarchic tides of this tainted region, they fractured and degenerated into a nightmarish plethora of ways. Some legions, Angron's blood-mad world eaters, and the ever-anarchic Night Lords chief amongst them, shattered entirely into the countless warbands, each led by their own dangerously ambitious champion. Others, such as Perturabo's relentless Iron Warriors, retained much of their martial structure, but were corrupted body and soul by the ruinous powers. During the horrors of the heresy, a number of the Primarchs had pledged themselves and their legions to a particular dark god, and now those monstrous beings became the rulers of their own demoned worlds. Horus had united the traitor legions. With the War Master dead, the insanity of chaos all around them, and the promise of unlimited power tantalizingly within their reach, the defeated renegades fell upon one another, and anyone else unfortunate enough to stand in their way, and thought only of walking the bloody path to glory. Despite all this, the unifying factor that the traitor legions retained was their hatred of the Imperium. Whether they believed that they had truly fought upon the right side of an ideological conflict, had been embittered by the loss of their beloved heroes or battle brothers during the fighting, resented their martial defeat at the 11th hour, or had simply descended into murderous insanity hardly mattered. To the traitors, the war was far from over, and their determination to see Terra burn was greater than ever. So began the Long War. It began with sporadic raiding by chaos-worshipping heretic Astarte warbands against Imperial holdings bordering the Eye of Terror. With few stable warp routes in or out of this malevolent realm, smaller raiding parties could slip in and out with impunity, but larger forces had to attempt to pass through the Cadian Gate, centered around the fortress world of Cadia itself. This massively defended region had been established specifically to hold back the potential threat of a major traitor invasion of Imperial space, and it did its job well despite the cost. Yet, as the centuries ground past, the worshippers of the Dark Gods found other ways to strike at the Imperium. Agents of misrule moved from world to world, establishing cults in the shadows and spurring bloody insurrection wherever Imperial vigilance faltered. The whispering lure of ruinous power turned formerly loyal Space Marine chapters renegade, each such fallen brotherhood weakening the defenses of the Imperium even as it strengthens the cause of the Dark Gods. Particularly determined or favored champions forged temporary alliances between chaos warbands and rode the tides of the warp wherever that might take them, emerging into Imperial space aboard tainted warships or monstrous space hulks to reave and murder at will. The Imperium fought back, of course. For centuries, the heretic Astartes were just another of the dangers that beset humanity. Terrible, certainly, so much so that the Inquisition fought to suppress the very knowledge of their existence, lest it incite panic and heresy. Yet, divided and ever at one another's throats, the traitors stood no better chance of overthrowing the Imperium than did any of the other forces that battered at humanity's defenses year in and year out. Yet that was all to change. When Horus fell, his chief lieutenant Abaddon had the Primarch's body borne away and held the sons of Horus together long enough to reach the Eye of Terror. What occurred beyond the precipice of real space is a matter of conjecture and guesswork to those few Imperial scholars who dare address the subject at all. What is known from records, however, is that near the end of M31, Abaddon the Despoiler emerged again from the Eye of Terror, leading his renamed Black Legion and dozens of allied Chaos warbands in the first of his apocalyptic Black Crusades. The tide of screaming lunatics, twisted mutants, demonic warriors, and hellish war engines wrought havoc throughout the Cadian Gate before they were at last turned back at terrible cost of lives. Yet, incredibly, in the bleak light of hindsight, it seems likely that the entire war was but a distraction, during which Abaddon was able to travel in secret to the world of Uralon and claim the demon sword Drachnian. This, along with the mighty talon of his own slain Genesire, he would use to butcher the servants of the Emperor in their thousands. This was only the beginning. As the millennia ground on, the Despoiler struck again and again against the Imperium. 12 more Black Crusades bedeviled the Emperor's realm, some greater, some smaller, but each working towards some ineffable goal that only Abaddon himself truly understood. The shrine of Saint Gerstal was despoiled, and the prophetic words in his tomb erased from existence. The citadel of the Cromarch was breached and the entire line put to death. The forge world of Arkrith was annihilated, the naval fortress at Cancephalis crushed, and the Gothic sector plunged into unrelenting war. Always, Abaddon demonstrated terrifying foreknowledge of the Imperium's defenses, and strove to achieve goals that his enemies did not understand until it was far too late. Only when the Great Rift roared into being and the Imperium shuddered as it was split in two, did those few cursed with knowledge see the truth of what Abaddon and his heretic Astartes had striven to achieve. The Gathering Storm. The opening of the Great Rift was presaged by an era of dark portents and momentous happenings. Seers and mystics went mad with fear, raving about an unstoppable confluence of events and of black storm clouds gathering to blot out the light of hope. It was a time of desperate heroics, of grand triumphs and bitter defeats, all turning about the inescapable wheel of fate. Dramatic events occurred in the later years of M41, directly preceding the opening of the Great Rift. The galactic mayhem that followed has left the Adeptus Terra struggling to piece together what really happened. It does not help that many accounts sound more like scripture or myth than tangible fact, or that Terra was subjected to a tidal wave of astropathic distress cries that may, in some cases, have dated from thousands of years in the past, or even from unspecified but horrifying fragments of the future. Nor is the burden of reckoning events made lighter by the fact that some of the trails of casualty and fate may lead back through millennia now, all but lost to time's corrosive embrace. Perhaps it will never truly matter, As the Imperium struggles to weather the worst storm since Horus's fall, there are few enough adepts free to concern themselves with understanding the whys or hows of the rift's opening. Comprehension is a dangerous luxury in an era where nothing but the fight for survival matters. For all this, there are those who have pieced together what they can. These scholars point to a series of loosely interconnected happenings, each significant enough itself to warrant entire pages in the historiator's accounts, yet vastly more important as a whole than the sum of their parts. The return of the planet of sorcerers from beyond the Veil of the Warp, the scorching of space during the devastating culmination of the Damocles Crusade, the vicious disjunction that tore through the dimensional subrealms of Kamorag, the shattering of the last chains that bound shut the Crystal Tome within the halls of the Black Library, the sundering of the Amethol Demon Cage, all of these happenings punched their own ragged tears in the weft and weave holding reality and the warp apart. And any of these, or countless others like them, could have been the pivotal blow that split the galaxy in two. Yet the three most likely epicenters for this galactic shockwave are the fortress world of Cadia, the Aldari craft world of Bieltan, and the Ultramarines chapter planet of Macragge in the heart of Ultramar. In that portentous time, war-torn Cadia became the stage for the final battle of a conflict that had raged for millennia. For thousands of years, the hordes of chaos had hurled themselves against the Cadian Gate. From the Gudrun system to the naval base at Bellis Corona, the fighting had raged, yet always it was Cadia that had borne the brunt of one traitor offensive after another. And always the redoubtable fortress world had held. Yet, in this dark hour, Abaddon the Despoiler came against the planet again, and this time he led so impossibly vast a coalition of traitors, demons, and renegades that even the Kassar fortresses of Cadia could not withstand their fury. Though great imperial leaders and countless mighty armies rallied to the planet's defense, though winged Saint Celestine swept down from the firmament to aid the planet in its hour of need, and Belisaria's call turned his unimaginably vast intellect to its defense, it was not enough. Abaddon laid waste to Cadia, and in so doing, destroyed the ancient Noctilith pylons that had for so long held the Eye of Terror itself in check. Far too late did the Imperium understand the true power of those prehistoric Xenos structures. Far too late did they wonder whether more such pylons had existed upon other worlds that Abaddon had ravaged during his millennia of war. By the time such questions were asked, catastrophe had already been unleashed. The sundering of craft world Bieltan was equally unforeseen disaster, one that sent shockwaves through all the scattered branches of the Aldari race. Imperial comprehension of how or precisely why the craft world met its end is hazy to say the least, and much of the knowledge possessed is sealed behind layers of inquisitorial security protocols. It is apparent only that within the ancient Xenos race arose a sect preaching of an ancient death god, and that their coming factionalized, and continues to factionalize, the Aldari entire, from Kamorag to the most distant maiden worlds. Years of desperate maneuvering, factional infighting, and the bloody manipulation of countless strands of fate were to culminate in a vicious demonic onslaught against craft world Biotan, and its subsequent shattering. That this same event somehow manifested the corporeal avatar of the Eldari god of death is beyond question. But what other devastating effects it created both in the warp and through the fabric of real space remain in question. The most incredible happening of all those in this turbulent period, at least from the Imperial point of view, took place upon Macragge, within the fortress monastery of the renowned Ultramarines chapter. A heady mixture of eyewitness accounts, barely coherent scriptural logs, and much embellished mythology tells how, even as a host of Abaddon's own Black Legion led a devastating attack against Macragge, an uneasy alliance of disparate champions from across the galaxy converged along paths of fate to thwart them. With them, they brought strange lore and ineffable machines that they would use to work a miracle. Even as battle raged at the very foot of his stasis throne, the Primarch Rabute Gilliman was healed, brought back at last from the brink of death to lead his Gene sons in the hour of their greatest need. Gilliman drove the Chaos Worshippers from his world before embarking upon a desperate crusade of his own. He reached Terra upon the very wings of the Great Rift's devastating warp storms, and from there began his furious battle to save his father's realm from annihilation. Age of the Dark Imperium. 10,000 years have passed since the Emperor ascended to the Golden Throne. 10,000 years of hardship, toil, loss, and horror. Still, mankind fights on, clinging to their faith in the God Emperor, and their belief that one day he will deliver them. Were such to happen, it would be a miracle on a scale unprecedented in human history, for the darkness enveloping the Imperium has never been deeper. Most of the galaxy's sentient races have prophecies of doom, a time when the stars will be extinguished and the void consume all. The Rana Dandra of the Eldari, the hollowing of the Nikasar, the Tau Empire's carefully suppressed terror of a plunge back into the final violence of the Montau. Humanity has known many apocalyptic predictions, that no single scholar could collate them all in a lifetime. Always they have been averted or proven false. Yet, as the 41st millennium accelerates towards what must surely be a catastrophic conclusion, the peoples of the galaxy could be forgiven for believing that the end has truly come. The Great Rift did worse than simply disunite the Empire. It bifurcated it, severing Sanctus from Nihilus as surely as a clean sword stroke will lop off a warrior's head. Its erupting warp storm swallowed hundreds of star systems whole, along with countless indigenous species. It distorted the flow of time and causality and vomited tides of uncontrolled energies into the void. Humanity was, perhaps, the worst affected race. The sheer scope and scale of its holdings and its desperate reliance upon the Astronomicon rendering it uniquely vulnerable. To the Adeptus Terra, the worlds lost beyond the rift may as well have ceased to exist, along with the reinforcements, resources, and intelligence they supplied. It is just as possible for those denizens besieged upon the lost worlds of the Imperium Nihilus to believe that they are the last humans left alive. These sundered fragments of humanity might take heart if they could see how hard they all continue to fight. for every world lost to madness, despair, or catastrophe, another battles on even now. Their watchful pyres burning high, and their hymnals ringing defiantly out into the darkness of the void. After all, mankind has not survived 10,000 years of strife by being weak or quick to admit defeat. The ages that came before have tempered the Imperium. They have instilled both strengths and weaknesses in the Emperor's teeming flock. Humanity's ignorance has long been a blight. Technological innovation might allow them to resurrect countless vital weapons, defenses, communication systems, perhaps even to repair the faltering mechanisms of the Golden Throne itself. With greater knowledge of the dangers they face, could mankind perhaps adapt better or employ those insights to combat the manifold threats? A less superstitious and ignorant human race would be swifter to react, more versatile and adaptable, would perhaps even set aside its crippling prejudices long enough to forge common cause with the more amenable alien races, and thus gain powerful allies in the war against chaos. Yet perhaps ignorance, fear, and superstition are the Imperium's saving graces. The downtrodden masses provide an endless supply of military manpower and industrial toil against which more empowered populations would rebel. Too much knowledge is a dangerous thing when battling eldritch horrors such as the ancient Necrons or the insidious demons of chaos. Against such foes, unthinking faith is the brightest burning blade and the most indomitable shield. Perhaps the macabre edifice that humanity has become is ideally suited to surviving this darkest hour. Yet, if that is so, then what price is victory? Perhaps it makes no odds either way. The galactic war has a momentum all of its own, and the sheer scale of the Imperium's war defies human control or comprehension. Even the greatest individuals can do little to change the course of matters at this point. Mired in darkness and uncertainty, they can only do their best to drive back the most dire of threats as they appear, and to hold the Emperor's realm together under the ever-increasing pressure. The Indomitus Crusade. When he reached Terra, the Ultramarines Primarch Robute Guilliman came before his father, the God Emperor of mankind. What transpired behind the closed doors of the Emperor's throne room is not recorded, but it is said that Guilliman emerged with new purpose burning in his gaze. He would not sit idle while the Great Rift poisoned the stars. Even the Sol system was besieged in the wake of the Great Rift's opening. Only the combined efforts of many Imperial armies saw the throne world preserved, and the enemies of mankind hurled back yet again. By this time, Robute Guilliman had had the chance to see well the strength that remained in the Imperial war machine. He now appreciated, better than ever, the might that the beleaguered Imperium could still bring to bear when fighting in concert. It was this strength he intended to set against the horrors revealed as the darkness of Noctis Aeterna faded at last. It is said that Robute Guilliman struggled every day not to draw his sword, gather his loyal warriors, and simply plunge into the maelstrom of battle. Such was his dismay at the condition of the Imperium and his hatred of the traitor foe. Instead, displaying the ability to rationalize and compartmentalize for which he was rightly famed, Guilliman held his ground and set into motion a plan that he hoped would allow him to win not a handful of battles, but rather humanity's desperate war for survival. Gilliman viewed the wider galactic battlefield with a perspective no mere mortal mind could achieve. First and foremost, he recognized that the Imperium Sanctus must be made secure before any most desperate thought could be given to the Imperium Nihilus. Secondly, with a dispassion many called cruelty, he concluded that every world could not be fought for or saved. If the Imperium was to stand a chance, it must amass its overwhelming strength as best it could, and then apply it strategically and methodically. So began the mustering of the Indomitus Crusade fleets, the greatest military undertaking by the human race since the Great Crusade had departed Terra 10,000 years before. The muster could not happen overnight, nor could it occur without resistance and difficulty. Gilliman secured the agreement of the High Lords easily enough, for they saw in his plan a chance to restore sanity and stability to a galaxy turned to madness. The Primarch had to work harder to secure the support of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Adeptus Custodes, the guilds of Navis Nobilite, the ponderous bureaucratic might of the Adeptus Terra, and countless others. He faced organized resistance, not only from those cells of chaos worshippers and xenophile cults that festered in Terra's underhives, but also from pompous and politicking nobles too used to being the masters of their own petty domains. Gilliman was as tireless as he was merciless in crushing and purging these obstacles to his plan. The diplomatic and military onslaught he unleashed through every strata of the throne world soon became known as the Primarch's Scourge, and though it won him few friends, it also ensured that the muster of the Indomitus Crusade fleets proceeded apace. That muster was achieved in part by the vast material output of Terra, Mars, Jupiter, and more distant worlds such as Armageddon, Astrofall, and Sinjin. As much, if not more, military strength was garnered through withdrawing vast forces from those systems in the Imperium Sanctus that were deemed untenable. This latter process spawned a great deal of resentment and more than one mutiny by warriors unwilling to abandon their posts. But it succeeded in providing vast numbers of battle-hardened warriors and war machines for the growing Crusade fleets. Those fleets were now taking shape at designated muster points around the Sol system, the Gehenna system, and several others. Gilliman had created a new administrative body called the Officio Logisticarum, and it was this army of scribes, diplomats, macro-talliers, and others that smoothed the integration of elements from every strand of the imperial war machine into vast, self-sufficient, and coordinated military forces. Gilliman's plan envisioned an initial wave of 10 Indomitus Crusade fleets, codified Fleet Primus, Fleet Secundus, Fleet Tertius, and so on. Though varying enormously in composition and size, each fleet had its own assigned grand strategic mission, determined by Gilliman himself to interlock into a robust counteroffensive strategy intended to prevent the final collapse of the Imperium. It was Fleet Tertius that departed first, slipping its moorings and plunging into battle before the muster fleets of Sectus and Octus had even commenced. Tertius was loosed to meet a vast, coordinate crusade of slaughter on a collision course with the Sol system, before arcing out into the Segmentum Pacificus with a view to swinging thence into the Segmentum Tempestus. Fleet Secundus departed Terra next, taking the Martyrs Road straight toward the Eye of Terror. Only once he was sure that his plan had gathered unstoppable momentum Guilliman at last allow himself to strike out at the head of Fleet Primus and begin reinforcing the Imperium Sanctus one world at a time. Age of Witches. The opening of the Great Rift had many obvious and catastrophic effects. It brought a more insidious peril, too, one that spread slowly across the stars and tainting all it touched. The warp had been laid open like flayed flesh, the boundaries of real space rent apart on a scale never before seen. It was inevitable, perhaps, that its energies would flow like blood from those wounds. After the Great Rift opened, the darkness of Noctis Aeterna hid many evils. Psychic cataclysms and demonic incursions consumed dozens of worlds. As the darkness cleared, the Adeptus Terra developed a clearer picture of the horrors that had been wrought. They looked on aghast. Little did they realize the phenomena they witnessed were but the first of the unnatural manifestations to plague this new dark age. The truth of what was happening came first to the attention of the Asuryani, the Eldari of the craft worlds. Every Asuryani possesses some small modicum of psychic talent, and it was thanks to the gradual sharpening and heightening of these that they came to register the growing swell of psychic energy spilling from the rift. For the craft worlders, this was a dangerous boon they had long ago honed their society to make use of, knowing well its dangers and guarding against them wherever possible. The more visionary amongst them realized, however, that this would not be the case for humanity. They sought to warn those imperial representatives with whom they maintained tenuous ties. Mankind were so widespread that should they suffer some sort of psychic apocalypse, all the other races of the galaxy would suffer as a consequence. The Xenos could provide agents of the Imperium with their warning, but they could not compel them to act upon or share it. Thus, the vast majority of humanity were still utterly ignorant of the danger as it began to manifest. There were signs, of course, that could be read by those with sufficient knowledge. The witch hunters of the Ordos Hereticus found themselves fighting an even greater number of malefic human psychers emerging from within the greater herd. The black ships were swiftly packed to the gunwales, many forced to turn home long before their rounds would normally have been concluded. Even the Silent Sisters, who patrolled the ship's holds, found themselves struggling to contain the ferocious powers of their abducted charges. The Adeptus Arbites and planetary militias logged instance after instance of psychic mutation. In many cases, horrific consequences followed long before those same local authorities were offered any aid by the distant Imperium. Though their subjects labored on oblivious, an even greater number of the Imperium's rulers and defenders were forced to acknowledge a disturbing truth. Humanity's psychic evolution had accelerated. Theories abounded as to why this should be, everything from linking the phenomena to the Great Rift, through to blaming it on the erosion of faith, pointing to supposed weaponized Xenos psi plagues, or even claiming that the Emperor himself was reaching out to touch his faithful and imbue them with his might. In the Talidus system, masses of imperial citizens and soldiers manifested powers that appeared divine. This earned them the moniker of humble saints, and saw the forces of chaos driven back, at least until the moment that those powers escaped their wielder's grasp with ruinous consequences. Across the systems of the Red Scar, Imperial defenders were forced to waste valuable days screening tides of refugees for hidden witchery, when they should have been battling the Tyranids from which those refugees fled. Space Marine chapters found themselves struggling to handle the influx of psychic novitiates. Inquisitors and Imperial armies alike were forced to battle newly psychic overlords and self-proclaimed deities who had overthrown formerly loyal worlds. Chaos worship spiraled as power and temptation combined to transform even the lowliest Imperial menials into dark cult magisters. As the Emperor's servants came to appreciate the true scale of the threat, they did what they could to counteract it. Crusades were declared. Purging flames consumed entire settlements. In rare cases, entire worlds were put to death through the dread sanction of exterminatus. Despite all this, it became ever more apparent that humanity would have to endure this perilous new evolution or be destroyed. Nor did the threat to the Imperium stem only from within. The psychic buildup affected all the races of the galaxy. Even those not as psychically gifted were rendered dangerously unstable, or else driven to violent action by the phenomena manifesting around them. The orcs, for example, became even more aggressive than they had been in millennia. It was as though the background swell of psychic energy drove them into a frenzy of tribal aggression. More and more of their migratory invasions, known as wags, poured into Imperial space, either driven by expanding fringes of hungry warp storms, or else led by bellowing warlords. Around these latter, green energies leapt and crackled amidst the deep and booming laughter of monstrous gods. Though utterly without psychic presence, the Tau Empire found themselves beset on all sides by sudden and unnatural manifestations that their science could not explain. Determining the root cause of these nightmarish phenomena to be humans and other such warp-sensitive beings, the Tau became ever more intolerant of alien species, and ever more aggressive in their neutralization. The Tyranids were equally immune to the touch of the warp, their tendrils snaking heedlessly through even the most empirically unstable regions to strike at the Imperium from unexpected directions. Yet it was the Necrons whose response was perhaps the most frightening and dangerous. Though not themselves psychic, the ancient androids could nonetheless lose their worlds to manifesting demons and cataclysms. A galaxy overrun by metaphysical insanity was of no use to them. Accordingly, they applied their eldritch lore to the problem in an attempt to stabilize, perhaps even neutralize, the influence of the Immaterium upon real space. Amidst the veiled horrors of Warzone Pariah, the Imperium saw the barest hint of the damnation such an effort would unleash. Spirit-dead human colonies, soulless husks with glassy, staring eyes, worlds saved from madness but plunged instead into silent sterility. This fate also the Imperium must resist with all their faith and strength, lest in battling the madness of the warp, the Necron should be allowed to drive the galaxy to an even more terrible fate. Chapter 3: Warriors of the Emperor. Armies of the Imperium. The Imperium's military might is vast beyond imagining. The worlds of the Emperor's realm echo with the crash of marching feet and the clangor of martial industry. His battle fleets ply the void, armored prows piercing the darkness. Vast war engines, zealous throngs of fanatical killers, elite super soldiers, shadowy assassins, ground-shaking artillery, and other agents of Imperial supremacy fight all across the galaxy. sworn to give their lives in the name of the master of mankind. For 10,000 years, humanity has fought tooth and nail for its place in the galaxy. In M41, this battle is more desperate than ever before. Yet with typical belligerence, the Imperium meets this time of trial by pushing every single world in the Emperor's realm onto a footing of total war. Every planet contributes everything it has to the fight. Exhaustive food production, tireless munitions production, and rapacious extraction of every last natural resource are just some of the ways that the worlds of the Emperor's realm give their all for their species' survival. Nor do these vital worlds stand undefended. Glowering fortifications rise up over wind-swept deserts, steaming jungles, and teeming cityscapes alike. Menacing void mines and bristling defense platforms orbit every Imperial planet. Armies loyal to the Imperial faith stand firm on every front. Humanity's foes might be closing in on all sides, but they will not find the servants of the Emperor to be easy prey. The most iconic warriors of the Imperium are the Adeptus Astartes, more commonly known as the Space Marines. Genetically engineered post-human super soldiers. They are fearless, ferociously strong, and incredibly skilled. Armed and armored with the best war gear the Imperium can provide, the Space Marines strike suddenly and with overwhelming force to eliminate enemy leaders, shatter the foe's morale, and knock out key military targets. Then they redeploy with such speed and efficiency that the battle is often won before the opponent even realizes that it is under attack. Each chapter of Space Marines has its own home world, warrior culture, and strategic specialisms. The most extreme examples of this are the demon-battling Grey Knights and the alien-hunting Death Watch. Both employ prohibited lore and specialized technologies to save the Imperium from disaster time and again. When brute force is required for a protracted campaign, the might of the Astra Militarum is unleashed. Also known as the Imperial Guard, this military body is tithed continuously from all across the Imperium. Its numbers of fighting men and women so immense that even the Departamento Munitorum cannot keep an accurate tally. The Astra Militarum overwhelm their enemies with numbers, armor, and firepower. They deploy regiment upon regiment of infantry, tanks, artillery, and aircraft in blow after bludgeoning blow, until no matter the cost, the foe is ground to dust. Where the Astra Militarum employ the Imperial faith as a means to keep their warriors in the fight, the Battle Sisters of the Adepta Sororitas embody its tenets to the last. They fuse devastating close-ranged firepower, armored resilience, and extensive training with zealous conviction. The result is a hard-hitting and fanatical force, whose strength of belief is so great that miracles manifest around them as they purge the Emperor's enemies with cleansing flame. The Emperor's aspect as the machine god garners equally ferocious, if coldly logical, faith amongst the Tect priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus. their armies are no less zealous in their prosecution of the foe. With relentless maniples of cyborg Skitarii and energy-wreathed processions of electro-priests hammering their enemies with arcane power. Terrifying robot warriors, walking tanks, and bizarre war engines let fly with barely understood energy weapons. There is no enemy that the Adeptus Mechanicus will not do battle with in the name of recovering the ancient archaeotech they covet. And in extremis, they will even unleash the god machines of the Titan legions upon the battlefield. The Night Houses, too, employ mighty bipedal war engines. Their nobles pilot these night suits into battle, each mechanical steed many times the height of a man and capable of bearing the firepower of an entire tank squadron. The Night Houses are driven by codes of chivalry and honor to defend humanity, no matter the cost, and their deadly lances lope into the flames of war with thunderous strides. It is not only teeming hosts and towering war engines that fight in the Emperor's name. There are also ultra-elite agents who wield his authority, speak with his voice, and slay as though by his own hand. Foremost among these are the Adeptus Custodes. For 10 millennia, these exemplars have stood as the Emperor's bodyguards. They fought first at the Emperor's side during the unification of Terra, and are as far removed from any Imperial soldiery as Space Marines are from Astra Militarum guardsmen. Through genetic alchemy are the Custodes blessed with near immortality, with the bodies of demigods and the minds of savants. They repay this gift by fighting to defend the Emperor and Terra with single-minded determination, wielding ancient and potent weapons to eliminate the most extreme and terrible threats to the throne world wherever they may appear. Inquisitors fight their shadow wars to protect the Imperium, leading bands of henchmen and requisitioned armies into the battle in the Emperor's name. Lethal agents of the Officio Assassinorum slay demagogues with pinpoint shots from miles away, or shapeshift to strike from the midst of their target's most trusted lieutenants. Rogue traders direct their private armies to sweep aside aliens and heretics alike and claim new worlds for the Emperor's domain. Horus's has not been the only rebellion to bedevil the Imperium over its long history, of course. More often than they would wish to admit, these selfsame armies have been unleashed upon seditious Imperial factions. Yet no more mercy is shown in battles than against the most abhorrent aliens and demonic heretics. In the war for humanity's survival, there can be no mercy. And any who do not serve the Emperor's will are foes who must be destroyed. Adeptus Astartes. There is no combat theater in which the Space Marines cannot excel, no foe they cannot overcome, and no danger they fear to face. They are the elite shock troops of the Imperium, whose lightning-fast campaigns are conducted with such spectacular brutality that they have come to be known as the Angels of Death. Each Space Marine is a living weapon of remarkable potency, infused with the gene seed of their Primarch, psycho-indoctrinated to loyalty and fearlessness, and trained in every aspect of the sacred Codex Astartes. Each battle brother is a lethal tool of martial supremacy. The Adeptus Astartes benefit also from the most devastating war gear the Imperium can furnish them with. Most ubiquitous and well-known of the Space Marine armaments is the vast range of bolt weapons they employ. From pistols and rifles up to massive heavy bolters and other more esoteric weapons, these guns fire self-propelled micro-missiles whose bellicose machine spirits detect when they have punched deep into their targets before detonating with tremendous force. Equally potent is Space Marine power armor. Incredibly durable, servo-assisted, and powered from a mounted backpack unit, the various marks of power armor afford their wearer an advanced suite of auto-senses and personal protection, compared to that of a light battle tank. Not only this, but advanced marks such as the MKX armor or the ancient Terminator plate permit battle brothers to adopt highly specialized roles and wield unusual armaments with ease. These are but a few examples of the vast range of specialized and finely crafted arms and armor the Adeptus Astartes have at their disposal. From revving chainswords to lethal plasma incinerators, all are wielded in the Emperor's name. Each Space Marine chapter also benefits from a vast armory, which can be called upon to deploy fleets of battle tanks, armored transports, light reconnaissance vehicles, aerial interceptors, transport gunships, mobile artillery, and combat walkers. All are crafted and crewed to the highest possible standards, and many are ancient and deeply venerated by the warriors who fight alongside them. Most Space Marine chapters boast a full battle fleet of heavily armored spacecraft, capable of transporting their companies around the galaxy. These vessels shatter orbital blockades and utilize rapid deployment methods such as drop pods and teleportation arrays to deliver their warriors directly into the heart of the foe. Speed, precision, and overwhelming force lie at the center of the Space Marine way of war. Though comparatively few in number, Space Marines are ideally suited to the sorts of high-stakes, high-danger missions that change the tide of an entire war zone. A strike force of Adeptus Astartes can gut the enemy's command structure. They can knock out orbital defenses ahead of a major offensive, shatter the opposing battle line with an armored thrust, or launch a string of terror raids to break the foe's morale. Sometimes the Space Marines go to war alongside larger Imperial deployments, spearheading the attack of crusading battle groups, then departing for their next war zone, leaving lesser soldiery to clean up. The Adeptus Astartes undertake missions that no other fighting force dare attempt, pressing deep into space hulks to purge them of Xenos infestations, and fighting in both hard vacuum and on worlds too polluted, irradiated, or tainted for unaugmented humans to survive. They are able to face abominations that would shatter the sanity of lesser warriors, operate for months behind enemy lines without detection, and hold out for weeks at a time without resupply or support against overwhelming forces. All of these missions and more lie within the Space Marines' remit. There are hundreds of different Space Marine chapters, with proud honor rolls and magnificent martial histories to call their own. Yet, all trace their genetic lineage back to one of the first founding chapters, who themselves were formed from the core of each of the Loyalist Space Marine legions in the wake of the Horus Heresy. The first founding chapters maintain the teachings of their Primarchs, and most closely resemble them in physical appearance, personality, and tactics. They are imperial institutions with honor rolls stretching back 10,000 years. And though some are bedeviled by secrets and curses, each successive generation of Battle Brothers fights on, unbowed, to defend the Imperium that created them. The Dark Angels are secretive and somber. They hide terrible truths about the Horus Heresy, and have spent 10,000 years engaged in a hunt for atonement and absolution. By comparison, the red-armored Blood Angels are noble sons of the angel-winged Primarch Sanguinius, and exhibit all the charisma and magnificence of their gene sire. Yet these warriors suffer a curse known as the Flaw, which can undo all their greatest works at a stroke, and see them descend into a berserk blood frenzy from which there is no return. The Ultramarines are held by many to be exemplars of the Codex Astartes. Wherever their blue-armored warriors take to the field, they embody their chapter's battle cry of courage and honor. Scarcely less magnificent or prolific are the Imperial Fists, the sons of the Primarch Rogel Dorn, who are charged as Terra's own Praetorians, specializing in both the prosecution and defense of besiegements across the galaxy. If the Imperial Fists have a weakness, it is their stubborn refusal to accept defeat, which has seen them and their successor chapters engage in untenable assaults and doomed last stands time and again. The White Scars are huntsmen from the windswept plains of Chogoris, experts in stalking and encircling their prey before striking with lightning speed and overwhelming force. The Space Wolves of Fenris also exhibit what appears to outsiders to be barbarous and feral edge. Though where the White Scars are often somber and grim, the sons of the Wolf King Leman Russ are rambunctious and wild in their pursuit of glory and adventure. For all this, both chapters are the bane of the Emperor's foes, renowned for hunting their enemies like prey and annihilating them without mercy. From the fiery world of Nocturne hail the Salamanders, masterful warrior artisans and wielders of hammer and flame, who believe that to endure hardship is to temper yourself upon the anvil of battle. From the barren world of Medusa come the Iron Hands, the sons of doomed Ferrus Manus, who believe that living flesh is a weakness. These warriors advance themselves with ever more bionic augmentations of steel and iron, and preach that cold and merciless logic is the Imperium's greatest weapon. From the Moon of Deliverance, the strike forces of the Raven Guard take flight. The Gene Sons of Pale and Mysterious Korax. These warriors employ stealth, subtlety, and ambush to annihilate their enemies. offsetting their small numbers and unstable gene seed by striking with murderous precision. These, then, are the first founding chapters from whom all other Space Marine chapters descend. Whether it is one of these ancient warrior orders, a divergent successor chapter, or one of the Primaris chapters of the Ultima founding, all are the champions of humanity, and all fight their wars in the Emperor's name. Death Watch. The Death Watch are a specialist chapter of Space Marines formed for a single purpose. It is their task to defend the Imperium from alien threats on every front, utilizing whatever technologies and weaponry they must, so as to ensure that the Xenos tide never rises so high as to engulf the Emperor's realm. Even amongst the rarefied ranks of the Adeptus Astartes, the Death Watch comprises only the best of the best. Almost every chapter in the Imperium is pledged to tithe a portion of their finest battle brothers to the Death Watch, and senior officers confer to select those of especially notable strength of spirit, mind, and body. It is well that this is so, for the endless vigil of the Death Watch is one of the most grueling duties that any Imperial organization faces. A commission that can only be performed by the very greatest of warriors. The spaceborne watch fortresses of the Death Watch are spread thin across the galaxy. Each is a power in its own right, ruled over by a watchmaster and his cadre of librarians, chaplains, apothecaries, and dreadnoughts. Each fields flights of deadly Corvus Blackstar gunships, squadrons of tanks, armored phalanxes of dreadnoughts, and at the heart of every Death Watch battle line, the specialist alien hunting Space Marine squads known as kill teams. Every Death Watch kill team incorporates Space Marines from different chapters. Their armor is painted midnight black, while their shoulder guards display on one side the silver emblem of the Death Watch, and on the other the heraldry of their chapter of origin. These battle brothers often hail from wildly different warrior cultures, with disparate strategic approaches to warfare. Frequent are the clashes of personalities and tactics within newly forged kill teams. Yet the Space Marines that make up their ranks soon form an alloy of incredible strength. This martial might is enhanced by access to some of the most advanced and specialized war gear in the Imperium. Many strictures against technological innovation are relaxed or outright ignored by the artificers of the Death Watch, whose duty it is to arm and armor the shield that slays, with every possible advantage over the alien species they battle. Bolt weapons are loaded with specialist ammunition that discharges tailored neurotoxins, carapace-busting plasma blasts, or ravenous bioacids upon impact. Auspex arrays are calibrated to detect enemies capable of exotic forms of camouflage, or even shape-shifting. Battle Brothers are armored and subconsciously indoctrinated to face foes as insidious and varied as mind-eating parasites, dimension-shifting assassins, and building-sized biotitans. No matter the nature of the alien threat that rears its ghastly head, the Death Watch stands ready to assess the danger and strike with clinical precision and killing force. Then redeploy to where they are needed most. In this way, as the thin black line stand against wave upon wave of Xenos foes. In this way do the Death Watch fight to preserve the hope of a future for humanity. Grey Knights. Wherever demons break through the veil of reality, wherever the powers of the warp manifest in the form of malefic entities or abhorrent possessions, there strike the Grey Knights. Silver-clad psychic Templars from the moon of Titan, these selfless warriors risk all to hold back the threat of humanity's eternal damnation. The Grey Knights are the Emperor's demon hunters. They are a highly specialized Space Marine chapter whose existence is known only to a privileged few, and whose deployment is the ultimate sanction against the powers of the warp. They form the chamber militant of the Ordo Malleus, often responding in force to warnings issued by its inquisitors, and stemming the demonic tide before it can rise up to consume Imperial worlds. The Grey Knights were forged in secret during the time of the Second Founding, when the Space Marine legions of the Great Crusades were broken down into chapters. Based on the moon of Titan, shielded from detection by vast and sorcerous wards, the Grey Knights have their own fortress monastery whose defenses are all but impenetrable, and whose deep catacombs contain labyrinths of dark secrets and forbidden lore. It is the role of the Grey Knights to use that lore as a weapon. They alone possess the mental and spiritual fortitude to stare full into the face of the warp. They alone are strong enough to wield the weapons of the archenemy and use them to take the fight to the demonic foe. To this end, every single Grey Knight is a powerful psyker who has trained their entire lives, not just to withstand the dangers of the Imperium, but to counteract them. The Grey Knights channel their powers into projecting a perpetual shield of warding enchantments known as the Aegis. This field repels the creatures of warp space and protects the Battle Brothers' minds and souls from their touch. Moreover, many Grey Knights are able to unleash their psychic might to blast their enemies with searing flame, conjure protective energies around their comrades, or banish demons from existence with no more than a word or blow. They combine these powers with blessed weapons of incredible potency, including nemesis blades and hammers, and psi cannons that channel their wielder's psychic potential to rip through tank hulls and metaphysical warp hide as easily as mortal flesh. Just as the Grey Knights' Battle Brothers are a superlative evolution of all that it means to be a Space Marine, so too does their chapter armory contain some of the greatest war machines in the Imperium. Battle tanks, dreadnought sarcophagi, and heavily armed gunships bear sigils and wards that armor them against the touch of the unclean, and are piloted by veteran warriors and bellicose machine spirits whose martial abilities have no equal. Meanwhile, the Grey Knights' fleet of warships bear them swiftly across the galaxy. With warding sigils and ensorcelled engines that ensure they strike precisely when and where they must in order to keep the threat of chaos at bay. Adepta Sororitas. The Adepta Sororitas are warriors of the faith. With Bolter and Melta, with Flamer, Howling Chainblade, and Zealous Devotion, they purge their enemies from the field of battle in the name of the Emperor and the Imperial Creed. The Battle Sisters excel in short-ranged firefights, mowing down the foe with endless volleys of firepower, while their soaring hymnals echo over the screams of the dying. There are none so pious, nor so resolutely faithful as the Sisters of Battle. They are sworn to the Emperor from their earliest days, inducted into the higher arts of battle, and indoctrinated utterly into the Imperial Creed. Their zeal renders them determined and ferocious soldiers, armored against weakness, fear, and ill discipline by their utter conviction. There is no hardship or horror that the Battle Sisters will not willingly endure for their God Emperor. All would gladly martyr themselves to the last, provided that, in doing so, they fulfilled their holy mission. In short, the Adepta Sororitas are among the most devoted and highly skilled warriors in the Emperor's realm. The great martial value is magnified by the Battle Sisters' access to a wealth of potent war gear and specialist combat training. They are the only Imperial military organization outside of the Adeptus Astartes to make widespread use of power armor, rendering their warriors phenomenally resilient and capable of making war across a wide range of inimical environments. They wield the holy trinity of Godwin, Diaz pattern bolt guns, melta weaponry, and promethium-belching flamers, rendering them punishingly lethal in mid to close-range firefights. The Battle Sisters have access to fleets of assault vehicles and armored personnel carriers that are variants of the redoubtable Rhino Chasis, from the fire-belching Immolator to the bizarre and terrifying Exorcist artillery tank. Specialist squads such as the Retributors, Dominions, and Seraphim employ massed heavy or specialist weaponry to blast their enemies apart, or else soar into battle on the angelic wings of ornate jump packs. The Ecclesiarchy also provides hordes of fanatical and bizarre shock troops to support the Adeptus Sororitas in battle. Arco Flaglians slash their crackling flails in a killing frenzy. Tormented power combat walkers stride through the enemy with roaring blade saws swinging. Sinister death cult assassins venerate the Emperor through murder, while stalwart crusaders raise their towering shields and advance into the foe. The Adepta Sororitas also benefit from courageous war leaders and mighty champions to lead them into battle. These range from firebrand preachers, selfless sisters hospitaller, and strategically gifted canonesses, to such strange and wondrous spectacles as the supernaturally imbued triumph of Saint Catherine and the angelic living Saint Celestine, who has fallen and risen again in battles countless times throughout the history of the Imperium. It is these last that speak to the most remarkable aspect of the Adepta Sororitas as a military force. As they advance into battle and their prayers ring out, it seems to friend and foe alike as though the Emperor, in his beneficence, answers them. Direct hits miraculously rebound where they should have punched deep, or fly wide when they should have struck home. The Battle Sisters' own fire strikes crucial weak spots in their enemy's armor against all odds, while unaugmented blades slice through inches-thick armor with supernatural ease. Heretical enemies burst spontaneously aflame, and squads of Battle Sisters strike unscathed through withering bombardments. Even their wounded rise up from seemingly fatal injuries to fight on when they should have perished. To the Adeptus Sororitas themselves, such occurrences are simply proof of their own faith and the divine power of the God Emperor. To them, it is the most natural thing in the galaxy that the will of the Master of Mankind should manifest itself in such ways. Their faith is such that it would be unimaginable to a battle sister that reality could be any different. Not so their allies, who are inspired beyond words by such displays, nor their enemies. More than one heretical horde has hurled down its weapons and fled in terror before the Sisters of Battle and the manifest will of their God Emperor. Whether the enemy chooses to fight or to flee, there is no escape for them. Even a single mission of the Adepta Sororitas possesses the numbers, firepower, and unrelenting fury to sweep down upon their foes and annihilate them wholesale with shocking speed. Yet the Battle Sisters typically deploy in greater numbers than this, with entire commanderies descending upon enemy worlds aboard vast ecclesiarchical drop craft known as invasion cathedrals. Upon impact with a planet's surface, such towering structures sweep their surroundings with immense macro flamers and pressurized jets of sanctified holy water. Deafening playing song rolls from their laud hailers as, all about them, the tainted lands of the enemy burn and drown. Even as the flames dance higher and rushing rivers of holy water fill the streets, rank upon rank and squadron upon squadron of the Adepta Sororitas debark from their craft to begin the true purgation of their target world. Such an invasion force drives the foe before them like frightened beasts before a forest fire, when dozens of drop cathedrals descend upon wings of flame to infest a planet's surface. Their armies of conquest and reconsecration make the ground shake with the crash of their boots and the thunder of their guns. Against such a gathering of martial might and unwavering zeal, the heretical foe stands little chance of survival. Each of the martial orders of the Adeptus Sororitas have perfected their own particular way of war. The Order of Our Martyred Lady, for example, place little value upon their own lives, and will battle on no matter the odds or danger until nothing stands before them but ruin. By comparison, the Order of the Valorous Heart place such value in stoicism and endurance that they can shrug off even the most grievous wounds. Their seemingly supernatural capacity for survival has seen many battles carried through sheer sanctified suffering. The Order of the Bloody Rose channeled their fervor into fierce aggression, driving unstoppable assaults deep into the heart of their enemy's battle line, while the Order of the Argent Shroud levels such devastating hails of fire against the enemy that nothing can stand before the muzzles of their guns and live. Many more martial orders are scattered across the Emperor's realm, each as lethal and specialized force for holy warfare against his many foes. Adeptus Custodes. The Adeptus Custodes were the first and greatest of the super soldiers engineered by the Emperor. Each is a warrior of superlative might and superhuman resilience, a strategist and tactician to rival the greatest generals, and so much more besides. They are nigh immortal exemplars of legend, who stop at nothing to defend the Emperor and his throne world. In a galaxy of uncounted souls, the Adeptus Custodes are few indeed. Their numbers never exceed 10,000 warriors at any given time, and often stand at substantially less, Yet a single custodian guard is the equal of entire regiments of any other soldier. The secrets of genetic alchemy behind their creation are amongst the most closely guarded in the Imperium. Every cell in a custodian guard's body sings with incredible vitality and power, lending them the speed, resilience, strength, intellect, and functional immortality of a virtual god of war. When girded with weapons and armor of precious armorite and assembled into mighty shield companies, there is no quest the Adeptus Custodes cannot complete, and no foe they cannot lay low. During the times of the Great Crusade and the subsequent Horus Heresy, these warriors were known as the Legio Custodes, and their sworn duty was to serve as the Emperor's companions and protect him at all costs. It was for this purpose that they were fashioned. But when Horus mortally wounded the Emperor, the Legio Custodes failed in their duty. In the heresy's wake, the Emperor's guardian became the Adeptus Custodes and spent many thousands of years watching over the imperial palace, while swathed in mourning black. The Adeptus Custodes still serve as the guardians of the Emperor's palace. However, as the passing of the years have dulled the sting of their great failure, the Adeptus Custodes have recognized that the most effective way to safeguard Terra is to take a proactive hand in the ongoing battle against mankind's innumerable foes. To this end, many of their shield hosts now strike out into Imperial space, guided by psychic divination and the intelligence gathered by the shadowy agents known as the Eyes of the Emperor. The Adeptus Custodes descend without warning. Their battles see them strike down demagogues and warlords who might otherwise raise invasion forces against Holy Terra. They capture ancient and eldritch artifacts whose very existence is a danger to the throne, spiriting them back to Terra to be locked deep in the black cells beneath the palace. They safeguard Imperial champions-to-be until they can fulfill their vital potential, make terrifying examples of those who would threaten the sanctity of the throne world, and root out hidden perils so diabolical that alone even the Inquisition or Officio Assassinorum are not equal to the tasks of their destruction. In this way, the Adeptus Custodes serve as the ultimate arbiters of the Emperor's will, and his most assiduous and effective protectors. In battle, their shield hosts are utterly unstoppable. Squads of Auramite armored warriors wade into the enemy, bolts thundering from their guns of their guardian spears, swords and axes, while their gilded storm shields deflect shots and blades as the custodians fight. Each carves his own path through the foe in order to add to his own ever-growing honor name inscribed on the inner plates of his armor. The shield host deploys military technologies from the golden age of the Imperium, including ancient land raider battle tanks, Contemptor dreadnoughts, and Dawn Eagle jet bikes, blasting bloody wounds in the opponent's battle lines. Courageous Alaris custodians, clad in magnificent suits of Terminator plate, teleport directly into the midst of the opposition, before breaking apart like lions on the hunt and tearing the heart from the foe's army. Everywhere the Adeptus Custodes strike, enemies fall with horrifying ease, while the foe's own efforts to lay them low come to naught. Such is the fate of all those who would set themselves against the ultimate power of the Golden Throne. Theirs is a swift and bloody death delivered by merciless giants, a warning to any others who might consider making the same fatal mistake. Astra Militarum. The Astra Militarum are a blunt instrument of violence wrought on a galactic scale. They serve both as flesh and bone shield for the Emperor's realm, and as an unstoppable sledgehammer with which to crush its foes. There is precious little subtlety to their way of war, just the raw application of force. Yet they have served the Imperium well for 10,000 years. To be a soldier of the Astra Militarum is to be one more expendable statistic among countless trillions. It is to be swept away from all you know and consigned to often short and a brutal life of battle, on worlds you have never seen, against foes from your worst nightmares. It is to face monstrous enemies while armed with little more than rudimentary training, mass-produced war gear, and the tenuous shield of your faith to preserve you. It is to know hardship, horror, and desperation. It is to experience all of these awful things and yet to fight on regardless. Such is the courage of the Astra Militarum, and it is not to be underestimated. In a galaxy of terrors, those who would stand firm and fight for their species are champions all. The forces of the Imperial Guard may not benefit from elite super soldiers or techno-supernatural weaponry, but what they have instead is immense firepower and sheer, crushing weight of numbers. Astra Militarum armies are characterized by teeming regiments of ground-pounding infantry, mechanized assault spearheads, rumbling armor columns, tortured battle psychers, companies of abhuman troopers, sprawling batteries of mobile artillery, sky-darkening squadrons of combat aircraft, and super-heavy war engines the size of mobile fortresses. Wave upon wave of these forces deploy, their officers barking orders through booming vox horns as their regimental priests bellow fire and brimstone sermons, inspiring hardened veterans and Green Guild conscripts alike. When the grand armies of the Astra Militarum open fire, it is apocalyptic. Las guns in their thousands fill the air with searing fury, and crew-served heaven weapons spit streams of bolts, tank-busting salvos of missiles and whistling mortar rounds. Plasma blasts and thermal detonations gouge craters in the opposition's lines, while rockets and shells the size of tanks scream down on their foe, their explosions hurling spumes of bedrock and broken bodies high into the air. Relentless and merciless, the bombardment annihilates even the most resilient of rivals. Enemy assaults are blunted by counter-striking armored spearheads, or overwhelmed by the expedient of hurling Imperial Guardsmen into the meat grinder. It is a horrific way to make war, an impersonal slaughter that explains why most Astra Militarum soldiers do not expect to live out their first 15 hours in combat. Yet it has won countless wars for the Imperium over the millennia. And if humanity has one strength above all others, it is a near limitless pool of fresh recruits to feed to its rapacious war machine. Not all battles fought by the Imperial Guard are such cataclysmic affairs. The history of the Imperium is littered with tales of small bands of soldiers staging noble last stands, of commando teams slipping behind enemy lines to assassinate heretical war leaders, and of armored convoys fighting their way through hostile wastelands to deliver vital messages. Air wings engage in pinpoint strikes against the foe's command bunkers or fight their way through hostile skies to knock out bridges and generator rooms. Undersupported and undersupplied platoons of Astra Militarum infantry fight their way through crumbling tunnel networks and bombed-out ruins in the hunt for Xenos predators. Almost every world in the Imperium is expected to provide a regular tithe of new recruits for the Astra Militarum. As soldiers are drafted from wildly diverse planetary environments, each group possesses their own cultures, local dialects, styles of dress, and specialisms of warfare. Some of these companies have become famous, or else infamous, throughout the Imperium for deeds either noble or nefarious. The Catacon jungle fighters, for example, are well known for their belligerent survivability and expertise at fighting on overgrown death worlds. The soldiers of Mordian are renowned for their crisp firing drills. Those of Armageddon for their armored infantry, while the men and women of destroyed Cadia are widely regarded as the most courageous and determined warriors in the Astra Militarum. The number of elite regiments and organizations augment Astra Militarum armies in the field. The recruits for several of these come from the Schola Progenium. This organization extends across the Imperium, and its heavily fortified scolums take in the orphaned sons and daughters of slain Imperial officers. This is no act of altruism, however. From the moment they become wards of the Schola Progenium, these youths are plunged into grueling training regimen. They are utterly indoctrinated into the Imperial faith and trained in the arts of war by drill abbots who will gladly maim, even kill their charges rather than see them taint the Imperium with any weakness. While female recruits are most likely to join the militant orders of the Adepta Sororitas, the majority of the male Scala graduates are funneled into the Militarum Tempestuous. Highly trained, rigorously conditioned, and fanatically loyal, these so-called stormtroopers are the finest unaugmented human soldiery in the Imperium. Their rapid drop assaults have won victories beyond number. The most rigorous and merciless disciplinarians, meanwhile, are instead drafted to the commissariat. Clad in black coats and peak caps, these distinctive morale officers prowl the lines of the Astra Militarum, watching for any signs of cowardice or weakness. They do not hesitate to make examples of any found wanting, usually with a swift bolt round to the skull. Adeptus Mechanicus. The Adeptus Mechanicus wield strange and arcane technological weapons of phenomenal power. They are as aggressive and unrelenting a foe as they are terrifying, for they prize knowledge above all things, and without a second thought they will shed oceans of blood, both the enemy's and their own, in their endless crusade for its acquisition. Such is the will of the Omnissiah, and his priests will stop at nothing to see that will done. An Adeptus Mechanicus army in the field resembles a bizarre and grotesque religious precision. Servitors trudge and cyber cherubims soar, bearing censers that burn with sacred oils and petrochemical incense. Rank upon rank of cyborg Scutari march tirelessly into the teeth of rival guns, or ride to fight aboard Scorpius Dune Riders, raising Benharic hymns to the glory of the Omnissiah, as their radium carbines and galvanic rifles howl and crack. Lightning-wreathed electro-priests scream with the rapturous energies of the motive force as they hurl themselves into battle. The blows from their glowing weapons dragging the bioelectricity from their victims or amplifying and redirecting it with explosive results. Elite cyborg assassins stalk the shadows, their vicious blades and mechanical talons slicing through the opposition's armor and their augmetic systems bombarding their victims with horrific neurostatic chaff. All of this leaves even the mightiest of warriors helpless before them. Behind these mass augmentic soldiers come maniples of battle robots, ancient cybernetica war constructs driven by clattering difference engines. These walking relics inspire wild fervor in the Omnissiah's faithful, for they are embodiments of all that the Martian priesthood holds sacred. In the foe they spark only terror as they stride across the battlefield, unleashing devastating salvos of firepower before bludgeoning survivors into bloody paste with their massive servo-driven fists. Insectoid walking tanks stalk into the flames of war, unleashing ravenous blasts of energy and hissing clouds of micro-missiles as they advance. Long-legged cavalry walkers lope around the enemy's flanks with bizarre amalgamations of ancient brass-bound technology and grotesque servitor surgery serving as mounts for armored Skitarii cuirassiers. Heavy tread units crush rubble and bone alike as Cataphron servitors rumble up in support, their eye lenses scanning the foe as their cogitor brains assemble targeting solutions, then let fly with devastating energy weapons. All the while, the tech magi themselves lurk amidst the massed ranks of their followers, sending out directional imperatives or unleashing weaponry of stupendous power upon the foe. More priests oversee each battle from orbiting macro barges. Their data tethers allow them to puppet the faithful of the Omnissiah like marionettes upon digital strings. Most terrifying of all are the vast war engines unleashed by the Adeptus Mechanicus upon their luckless enemies. Towering Mechanicus-aligned knights lope onto the battlefield, their noble pilots singing data hymnals to the Omnissiah even as they unleash salvos of devastating fire into the opposition's ranks. More formidable still are the Hab block-sized Ordinatus engines, while the greatest assets of the Adeptus Mechanicus are the god machines of the Titan legions. Should the tread of those bipedal land battleships shake a planet's surface and their shadows stretch dark across its lands, then surely the doom of the Omnissiah's foes is close at hand. Though the Adeptus Mechanicus technically owe fealty to the wider Imperium, in practice their macroclades usually march out only when it serves the tech priest's own agendas. These are as labyrinthian as they are incomprehensible to any knot of the Omnissiah's faith. At their heart, though, they are nearly always acquisitive at the expense of all else. The homeworlds of the Adeptus Mechanicus are known as Forge Worlds. Mars, the greatest and oldest amongst them, and each a manufacturing supercomplex of unimaginable capacity and power. The industry of the Adeptus Mechanicus always demands more raw materials, and it is not uncommon for the Skitarii to march out in search of fresh sources of fuel, ores, and the like to be plundered. Even raw materials are eclipsed in importance for the Adeptus Mechanicus when placed against raw information. The devotees of the Omnissiah believed that all lore, be it biological, technological, chemical, or whatever else, is the rightful possession of the machine god and his servants. It is not uncommon for Forge Worlds to launch vast interstellar crusades in order to recover some lost repository of scientific knowledge or weapons technology. nor for them to abandon the needs of the wider Imperium should such a prize present itself. Indeed, the divergent agendas of the Adeptus Mechanicus have set their armies against those of the wider Imperium on numerous occasions across the millennia, and even pitted one forge world against another. If the Martian priesthood were not so vital to the continued operation of the Emperor's realm, it is possible that they would have been plunged into open war with Terra long ago, and the fate of humanity sealed one way or the other. As it is, however, the Imperium needs the disciples of the Machine God to survive, and vice versa. So the uneasy alliance continues. Over the millennia, different forge worlds have become especially renowned for their philosophies or ways of war. These are often colored by the technologies they specialize in manufacturing, or the foes they have most commonly faced. The tech priests of Ryza, for example, have spent so long defending their world from orc invasion that they have become experts in battling the brutish Xenos. The devotees of Forge World Metallica loathe all biological life forms and seek their eventual eradication, while the Forge World of Lucius boasts such advanced technologies that they can teleport super heavy war engines directly into battle. Questor Imperialis. Imperial knights tower over the battlefield like ironclad idols of war, each piloted by a warrior of prodigious skill and courage. They carry the firepower to annihilate entire regiments of the foe in a single salvo, or else wield industrial-scale, close combat weaponry that can tear down a fortress gate or flip a battle tank with a single blow. The ground shakes as the Imperial Knights march into battle, the pennants and honor banners affixed to their armor flapping in the hot winds of war. Massive plasma reactors thrum with energy, driving the pistons, servos, and gears that send the knight suits pounding forward with frightening speed. At the heart of each towering war engine is a noble pilot, sitting in their throne mechanicum, and controlling their mighty steed through a mixture of runic controls, haptic feedback, and neural uplinks. These nobles fight with sublime skill. Though huge and ponderous, their knight suits act as extensions of their own bodies. This profound connection allows lances of Imperial knights to fight less like clumsy walking battle tanks and more like armored giants, magnifying the skill, strength, and daring of their pilots 100-fold. It is well that this is so, for the Imperial Knights enter battle vastly outnumbered by the Emperor's foes. Where their enemy may send hundreds, even thousands of warriors into the field, an army of knights may number but a handful of nobles. It speaks volumes for the armored fortitude of the knights' suits and the superlative martial skill of their pilots, that such numbers are sufficient to the task. Even the lightest classes of Imperial Knight boast inches-thick armor of adamantine and plasteel, which can absorb the fury of artillery shells and searing energy blasts without faltering. Moreover, every knight benefits from the protection of an iron shield. These miracles of Dark Age technology project arcing energy fields that can destroy or deflect incoming ordnance. Nobles train long and hard to master the use of these shields, tilting and angling them with the speed of thought to intercept the opposition's fire. When the knights return fire, then how humanity's rivals suffer. Rapid-fire battle cannons pelt salvos of explosive shells into their lines, hurling showers of rubble and bodies high into the air. Avenger Gatling cannons scream as they pour foot-long bullets into the enemy in a steely, slaughterous storm, Thermal spears spit ravening blasts of superheated energy. Volcano lances roar as they blast the foe with enough power to kill a titan. And storm spear rockets rain down upon their opponent's infantry, reducing their worlds to fire and death. A single knight unleashing its payload can rip a gaping hole in the opposition's battle lines. An entire lance of knights letting fly in concert can shatter them entirely. Nor are knights restricted to dueling their enemies from afar. As befits warriors driven by a subconsciously conditioned code of chivalry and honor, many nobles seek to close with the foe and best them in hand-to-hand combat. To this end, many knights wield weapons such as the Reaper chainsword, or a powered, saw-toothed cutting blade that can carve a dreadnought in two, and in a single swipe reduce a squad of warriors to a blizzard of gore and gristle. Others are armed with thunderstrike gauntlets, massive energized fists that can crush, bludgeon, or even hurl rival soldiers and war machines alike with contemptuous ease. There are numerous classes of knight employed by the Imperium, each of which lends themselves to broad strategic roles, such as scouting or fire support. These are further broken down into multiple patterns of knight, each with their own designation and iconic weapon configuration. Armiger class knights are light and fast, serving as skirmishers and flanking units for knightly lances. The Helverin pattern employs its autocannons against enemy infantry and light armor, while the Warglaive races ahead to engage the opposition at close quarters. Dominus class knights are hulking armored beasts that require twin reactors simply to move and fire. The Castellan pattern serves as a movable bastion, laying down withering fire to decimate the foe, while the Valiant plows ahead as a heavy line breaker, blasting and trampling all in its path. It is the Questoris class that sees greatest service in most knightly houses. Mid-weight, swift, and versatile, this chassis supports many patterns. From the close-ranged knights errant and gallant, to the potently equipped knight crusader, and the strategically flexible knight paladin, knight warden, and knight preceptor. Imperial agents. The dangers facing humanity in this benighted age are manifold, and the battlefields across which they must be faced are myriad. The raw might of a Space Marine strike force or Astra Militarum tank company can crush an army of foes in open battle. Yet for all their military strength, insidious threats and subtle theaters of conflict may render them ineffectual. Fortunately for the Imperium, the Emperor wields other blades for when such artful knife work is required. In ornate ballrooms and hushed council chambers of high city spires, chaos worshippers whisper lies from behind smiling masks of piety. In remote laboratories, misguided scholars and deranged savants fashion nightmares that will plague worlds. Deviant cults meet in candlelit tombs or slip through crowded city streets, driven by a desperation or ambition to worship diabolical masters. Even as the guns thunder on every front and martyrs beyond count give their lives to protect the bastion of the Imperium, so the foolish, the evil, and the insane strive to wear away its foundations from within. It falls to the disparate Imperial agents to counter such threats. Where powerful figures spread sedition and heresy amongst the upper echelons, so the political news of Sister Dialogus may expose their heresy. An inquisitor's blade may find the malcontent's neck, or most terrifying of all, a dead-eyed killer sent by the Officio Assassinorum may make a bloody example of them for all to fear. Where rioting mobs abandon their manufactorum lines at the urging of heretic preachers, they risk starving the Imperial guns of shells and battle tanks of fuel. Such agitators soon find themselves met by the shotgun muzzles, crackling power mauls, and ferocious cybermastiffs of the Adeptus Arbites. These enforcers toil tirelessly to eliminate illegal hive gangs, root out mutant enclaves, bust open xenotech smuggling rings, and enforce Imperial law. Where misguided or rebellious citizens disseminate anti-Imperial propaganda, infosites and data predators close the net upon them. Where cowards push for rebellion amongst the ranks of the Astra Militarum, the Commissariat execute the ringleaders and restore steel to the soldiers' spines. So ponderous and immense is the bureaucracy of the Emperor's realm that such agents are crucial to preventing less visible dangers from wreaking havoc. Sector command personnel and planetary governors are only just able to handle the task of responding to the most pressing of endless overt military threats to the Imperium. So must Imperial agents labor in the gaps between, their efforts often saving entire worlds or systems. It is impossible to draw a distinct line defining who is and is not an Imperial agent. For some, it requires only official dispensation, while considerations such as merit or motivation matter little. For others, it is a simple case of being in the right place at the right time, vigilant against the danger of corruption and possessed of a will to burn it out. In such cases, the lowliest hive-ganger or mendicant might serve as an Imperial agent, striking the blow that fells a cult demagogue, prevents the spread of a Xenos plague, or destroys a trove of forbidden archaeotech before its evil can be unleashed. Many believe themselves righteous, however. In such a dark age, the shadows of ignorance and fear are deep indeed. Though they all serve the same master, Imperial agents often find themselves operating at cross purposes, or outside the bounds of the law. In such cases, conflict is tragic but inevitable. Accusations of heresy fly. Followers of the dark gods or the unwittingly duped sow confusion through the ranks of the faithful. Arrogance, zealotry, or a lust for power leads loyal and righteous warriors to fall upon one another. So do the shadow wars of the Imperium rage on, deadly dramas waged in secret for the soul of the Emperor's realm. Chapter 4: The Lost and the Damned. Forces of Chaos. The followers of the Chaos Gods are myriad in both number and nature. Endless hordes of crazed cultists, grotesque mutants, and cackling demons rush into battle alongside the hate-filled and indefatigable warriors of the heretic Astartes, and the towering war engines of the Chaos Knight households. Rising up to overthrow the Emperor's rule, or bursting into reality from warped-based bastions, they live only to do the Dark God's bidding and to see the galaxy burn. The worshippers of the ruinous powers are turncoats and traitors, the desperate, the damned, and the hopelessly insane. Some are motivated by their hatred of those they believe have failed them, or whose weak rule they despise and resent. Others seek a chance to change their fortunes. making dark pacts with ineffable entities, and trading away their souls in exchange for a better hand than life has dealt them. They are unified by their propensity for anarchy and destruction, and in the main, their vehement hatred of the Imperium. But in many ways they are disparate indeed. The worshippers of chaos are led by mighty champions, individuals who have long served the dark gods and have been utterly twisted by the experience. On occasion, the goals of one champion might align with another long enough to see their forces combined into a unified and terrifying host. Once a planet has been razed, plundered, and its populace offered up for sacrifice, these alliances often crumble. Only the greatest and most powerful of Chaos Warlords are able to hold such alliances together through a mixture of fear and manipulation, to bloodily defeat the challengers from within their own ranks, and to garner the mercurial support of warp entities from beyond the veil. Such so-called allies care nothing for loyalty or honor, but they can be compelled to offer aid in return for the correct sacrifices. Combining the awesome military strength of the Adeptus Astartes with the foul power of the Chaos Gods, the Heretic Astartes are amongst the most dangerous of threats to the Emperor's realm. Some have fought against the Emperor since the dark days of the Horus Heresy, the dreaded demon Primarchs first among them. Others are more recent turncoats. Wherever the Chaos Space Marines strike, death and ruin follow, as these most terrible of warriors slay, enslave, and plunder. Many heretic Astartes worship a particular Chaos God, with some exhibiting the kind of perverted blessings that suggest favor from their deity in return. The Death Guard, traitor legion of the demon Primarch Mortarion, have thrown in their lot with Nurgle, each of their number a rotting host to unnatural maladies said to be concoctions of the plague god himself. When they march to war, their forces are accompanied by dense clouds of fat, disease-ridden flies, and thick clouds of toxic miasma. The Thousand Sons, by comparison, are followers of Tzeentch, their many sorcerers infused with vast empiric power, yielded from intense study of forbidden and esoteric texts. Their armor gleaming with eldritch energy, Thousand Sun hosts march in perfectly formed ranks, bolters firing as their empowered champions unleash deadly blasts of warp fire upon the enemy. The most infamous of the heretic Astartes are the Black Legion, who are led by Abaddon the Despoiler, the War Master of Chaos, and Gene-son of Horus himself. Bound together and given purpose by their hatred of the Imperium and the fearsome will of their master, the Black Legion serve no single Chaos God. Instead, they offer worship to the Pantheon in whatever way best serves their own egotistical aspirations. They possess the greatest number of any single Chaos Space Marine force, for they recruit not only through their own gene seeds and twisted novitiates, but also from amongst the disillusioned and disaffected of other traitor legions. The Black Legion, and Abaddon most of all, are the poisoned heart whose thunderous beat keeps the long war alive. The War Master aims to see the throne world burn, and he will stop at nothing to achieve this. Once noble and honorable champions of the Imperium, the Chaos Knights have since been horribly corrupted by the ruinous powers. These bipedal engines of destruction tower over the battlefield. Each is piloted from within by a single fallen noble who integrates with their mighty knight suit through biomechanical uplinks and parasitic neuroempath relays, allowing them to move and fight as though their knight was a monstrous extension of their own mutated limbs. Even a single Chaos Knight is a deadly war engine that boasts the firepower and close-quarter savagery to devastate regiments of the foe. When they march out in mass, entire worlds are razed. Amongst the most dangerous of all the Dark God's followers are the demons of chaos. Formed of the very stuff of the warp, their numberless hordes seek nothing but to turn the material realm into an endless maelstrom of torture and madness. Taking countless horrifying forms, they leap, charge, writhe, and slaver across the battlefield, unfazed by incoming fire and hungry for mortal souls. The demons of chaos are as insidious and cunning as they are ferocious. Many tear open the minds of psychers as gateways into real space, or else tempt the weak-willed into compliance. Those who are seduced by the power of the warp often wrongly believe that they are the ones with the upper hand in any bargain struck. They discover far too late what fools they have been, and what terrible fate they will suffer for falling to a demon's silken promises. For 10,000 years, the worshippers of the Dark Gods have sought to conquer real space. Since the opening of the Great Rift, they are closer to this goal than ever before. Cults rise in greater numbers as more worlds are thrown into turmoil, and more systems stormed and sacked. Each cultist, Chaos Knight, Demon, and Chaos Space Marine works to bring about the downfall of humanity even as they fight to overthrow their rival sects, all in the service of conspiring powers bent on consuming the entire galaxy. Despite the ghastly peril facing all of reality, the people of the Imperium are kept largely ignorant of the threat of chaos, in all but the most abstract terms. It must be so, for with knowledge of its true nature comes madness, terror, and mutation, that, if left unchecked, would bring the Imperium to its knees. The Inquisition and other secret forces work tirelessly and ruthlessly to maintain mankind's shield of ignorance, with no price considered too high and no butcher's bill too bloody. In this way, the insidious corruption of chaos works to undermine the Imperium's strength by influencing the actions of its most faithful defenders. For the Inquisition thinks nothing of mind-wiping whole regiments, or euthanizing entire worlds to maintain its most dire of secrets. Heretic Astartes. They are humanity's fallen heroes and the Imperium's scourge, who have sold their souls for the promise of power gifted from the dark gods. They are the Heretic Astartes, the Chaos Space Marines. From the Eye of Terror, the Maelstrom, the Great Rift, and 1,000 other strongholds, they strike at the realm they were once sworn to defend, driven by hate, bitterness, and bloodlust. Blessed with the Emperor's gifts of preternatural strength, speed, and endurance, and made even deadlier by superlative armor and devastating weaponry, the Heretic Astartes are incredibly powerful warriors. Being Space Marines, they are dangerous enough. But with the blessings of the Chaos Gods, secured through dark and unholy pacts, they are rendered even more powerful by fearsome mutations and supernatural powers. Openly rejecting the righteous discipline of the Imperium, the Heretic Astartes are as varied in their approach to battle as they are in their horrific appearance. The Heretic Astartes often bear a superficial resemblance to their Imperial counterparts. Though distorted, many of their weapons follow a similar pattern to those wielded by the Loyalists, be it bolt guns, chain swords, missile launchers, crack grenades, plasma pistols, and the like. They even field mainline battle tanks and armored transports based off the redoubtable hulls of the Rhino APC or the formidable Land Raider. In truth, however, the Heretic Astartes and the Adeptus Astartes are little alike. The longer a Chaos Space Marine spends following the Dark Gods, the more corrupted they become. Horns and spikes protrude from their armor, and they may even be gifted with heinous mutations by their new patrons, whether it be whip-like tentacles, additional limbs, or other stranger alterations. Their flesh and armor often fuse into one, making them and their plate a single horrific organism. With their warpsmiths and dark mechanicum allies channeling the unfettered energies of chaos into the creation of heinous war machines, Heretic Astarte hosts are joined by throngs of demon engines. These abominations combine armored brass and iron chassis and hellish weapon systems with a bound demonic essence that animates the engine and drives it into battle. The answer as to what motivates psycho-indoctrinated, superhuman warriors of the Imperium to rebel against the empire they were bred to serve is as varied and complex as each individual Space Marine. There are those who seek to throw off the chains of servitude and turn their might to their own advancement. Others claim to have been betrayed by the Imperium, or else are driven mad by exposure to forbidden secrets and fell powers. Some walk yet stranger paths to glory or damnation, raiding, pillaging, and slaughtering as they go. Most appear to do this to satisfy their cruel desire for slaughter and mayhem. their inhuman abilities and potent war gear making them a threat to even the most formidable of foes. They may believe themselves to be their own masters, choosing to give their worship to the dark gods in preference to the Emperor. The truth is, however, that the majority of renegade space marines have simply exchanged one distant and uncaring master for another. Those who truly excel may be rewarded with dark blessings, even immortal demonhood. But for many there is only brutality, hardship, and an eventual grisly end. Just as there are hundreds upon hundreds of loyalist space marine chapters, so there are vast numbers of factions within the ranks of the heretic Astartes. 10,000 years on from the Horus heresy, there are those traitor legions still clinging to cohesion, still fighting the long war. Alongside them fight war bands of renegades, turncoats, and lunatics who have fallen into chaos worship in the millennia since. The dark gods' insidious tendrils quest constantly for the hearts and souls of the Emperor's greatest warriors. Wherever a chink is found, wherever spiritual rot takes hold, there is formed a new warband of the heretic Astartes, sworn to revenge themselves upon the Imperium that created them. Black Legion. The Black Legion is a name synonymous with evil, living reminders of the Imperium's greatest catastrophe and its greatest threat. The Black Legion's warriors are the bringers of death and ruin, with souls as dark as their name. Abaddon the Despoiler leads them in their relentless campaign against the Imperium, and under him, they will stop at nothing to achieve their goal. Once named the Sons of Horus, the Black Legion's journey to preeminence amongst the traitor legions was hard fought. Only Abaddon had the strength to break the cycle of internecine warfare between the traitors, and to forge the Black Legion into a notorious host that continues to ravage the Imperium 10,000 years later. More numerous by far than any other faction of heretic Astartes, the Black Legion is made up of countless warbands consisting of turncoat space marines who have bent the knee to Abaddon. The only requirement for one who wishes to join this brotherhood is a hatred of the Emperor. Since the Horus heresy, warriors from other traitor legions and renegades of all stripes have donned the black and gold of Abaddon's hosts. While many worship the Chaos Pantheon entire, others dedicate themselves to a single god. Over the millennia, many of the old Sons of Horus have done this, as have all manner of renegades. Equally, those dedicated to and seemingly chosen by a single god, the Death Guard, the World Eaters, Emperor's Children, and Thousand Sons, have on occasion abandoned their own legions to join Abaddon's own. The Despoiler cares not to which god or gods any of his followers give offering, nor does he care, for the most part, where they raid, pillage, and kill. His warlords are extended both Abaddon's trust and the high expectations that come with it. The despoiler cares only that they answer his call when he summons them, and follow his orders when he gives them. Failure in this is unwise. Abaddon has had long millennia in which to dream up suitable punishments for those who let him down. In battle, the Black Legion's fighting style is as varied as the warbands involved. But in the firm grasp of Abaddon's command, the disparate heretic Astartes fight as one. Imperial observers with rare access to secret archives see ruthlessly efficient combat patterns of swift, decisive strikes that overwhelm the enemy, followed by Terminator attacks that break the foe's back. Tactics not dissimilar to those used by the Sons of Horus of old. The Traitor Legions. 10,000 years ago, at the height of the Great Crusade, the War Master Horus turned against the Emperor. Fully half the Space Marine legions followed his path of corruption and heresy. And in the 41st millennium, these legions continue unrelentingly to fight their long war. Once the names of those now known as the Traitor Legions were uttered throughout the Imperium with respect and admiration. No longer. The cunning and duplicitous Alpha Legion, the zealous fanatics of the World Bearers, the grim siege masters of the Iron Warriors, the terror troops of the Night Lords, the potent psychers of the Thousand Sons, the relentless and indomitable Death Guard, the ferocious World Eaters, the magnificent and perfectionist Emperor's Children, and the audacious Sons of Horus were the Space Marine legions that turned against the Emperor at the end of the Great Crusade. Now they are amongst mankind's most dangerous and feared enemies. Those that escaped the Siege of Terra and the scouring that followed scattered across the galaxy, with many fleeing to the warp rift known as the Eye of Terror. For years they warred amongst themselves, for after treachery has been committed once, it is easier to commit again. They vied for territory, slaves, and supplies. Immersed in the unnatural currents of the warp, these traitors fractured and mutated, their lifespans unnaturally extended, so that many who besieged the Emperor's palace still fight against his waning Imperium 10 millennia later. Thousands of years of constant warfare, rivalries, and jealousies have broken once unified legions into splintered warbands, led by champions who rule through might and cunning. The bitterness of defeat has festered in their hearts throughout the years, and combatants once motivated by duty now find themselves consumed by hate. While setting the Imperium aflame is no little reward, those following the Chaos Gods often aspire to even greater ends. For those who glorify their dark patrons through heinous rituals, mass slaughter, and the desiccation of sacred sites, there is a chance that they will be granted demonhood by their masters, gaining vast power and immortality. To walk the path to glory is enormously dangerous, for the gods are fickle, cruel, and indifferent to the plights of mortals. A champion who puts an entire world's population to the sword might have his arms warped into bladed weapons. or be gifted with a brass collar protecting him from psychic powers. Another champion might open a huge warp rift that enables legions of demonic horrors to spill into reality and turn a world into a twisted nightmare, for which the gods might reward him with incredible knowledge and wisdom, or a number of semi-autonomous tentacles. He might then turn a highly militarized fortress world into a den of hedonism and torturous ecstasy, in the hopes of being blessed with ways to deepen every sensation, and instead have his eyes rendered sightless and his ears made incapable of hearing. The gods are as capricious as they are ineffable. Some champions may labor all their unnaturally long lives and never once receive a Chaos God's boon. Others might catch the regard of their patron only to be showered with so many unnatural blessings that their bodies mutate out of control, their minds snap, and they devolve into hideous chaos spawn. For all the lofty goals of demonhood and the wreaking of vengeance, many amongst the traitor legions fight chiefly for material gain. A war that has lasted for thousands of years cannot be sustained by hate alone, and what cannot be fashioned through slave labor must be stolen by the heretic Astartes in raids. Their gore-encrusted weapons and vessels are relics from the Age of Darkness, yet they have been repaired and made serviceable many times over, and modified with material ripped from the dead hands of Imperial servants, or the hulks of devastated loyalist ships. In the Era Indomitus, the traitor legions strike from their warped bastions and armadas at the weakened Imperium with a vigor and audacity not seen for millennia. Recorded sightings have not necessarily increased, but that is only because so many worlds have fallen silent beneath their blades before being able to send word. It is feared by many in the Imperium's highest echelons that what information they have barely scratches at the surface of what the traitor legions have achieved. Cults bearing the three-headed hydra of the Alpha Legion are becoming frighteningly common, and terrified calls for aid scream from the worlds engulfed in complete darkness by the Night Lords. The Iron Warriors have constructed massive labyrinthian bastions on fallen Imperial worlds, while what scattered bands of World Eaters remain butcher with wild abandon, leaving mountains of skulls in their wakes. Indominus Crusade battle groups have discovered systems captured by the Emperor's children that have descended into pits of twisted hedonism, while sightings of soldiers clad in the spiked deep crimson armor of the Word-Bearers are inevitably followed by mass demonic incursions and the raising of dread Noctilith crowns. It is nigh impossible for the servants of the Emperor to contain every heinous depravity, blasphemous assault, and blood-chilling atrocity. The traitor legion's terrifying success has provided them with immense bounties of supplies and slaves with which to further their evil cause, even before the boons and rewards bestowed upon them by their malefic deities are counted. Every victory brings them closer to seeing the throne world in flames, and the devastation promised by the Horus heresy brought at last to gruesome fruition. Renegades. Not all heretic Astartes can trace their history back to the Horus heresy. Over 10,000 years, many more Space Marines have fallen from the Emperor's light, driven by bitterness, greed, or lust for power. These traitors now fight against the Imperium they once served. Despite years of psycho-indoctrination, hypno-conditioning, arduous training, incredible mental robustness, and strength of character, not even Space Marines of the Adeptus Astartes are completely immune to human weakness. They too can fall to the subtle temptations of the Chaos Gods. Though the Administratum would never openly admit such a thing, over the course of its long history, individual Space Marines, squads, and even entire chapters have turned renegade in alarming numbers. There are many reasons for this heretical phenomena, with each new band of renegades evidencing their own weaknesses or buried desires. Some are simply power-hungry and chafe against the shackles placed upon them by the Imperium's labyrinthian rules and bureaucracy. Others grow disillusioned, holding too tightly to a sense of entitlement, and looking with scorn upon the human cattle they are told it is their purpose to protect. Some are exiled in dishonor, cast aside in the wake of tragedy, heresy, or rampant politicking. These Space Marines may even be preemptively attacked, driving the survivors into a life of piracy as they are forced to flee the Imperium that betrayed them. All renegades are reavers of a kind, raiding, pillaging, and murdering in their constant battle to survive, secure new territories, and defend their strongholds. On those rare, devastating occasions where a whole chapter turns traitor, entire systems can swiftly collapse. Assailed by the deadliest warriors in the galaxy in full strength and without restraint. Such merciless assaults leave worlds stripped of material, their populations enslaved or massacred, and vast fortifications erected on their surface to honor the dark gods. Many renegades dwell in the Eye of Terror, following in the footsteps of the traitor legions before them. Many more operate from hidden bases in asteroid fields, from vast space hulks that drift through the void without course, or as nomads aboard fleets or single ships. No matter what caused them to turn, all Space Marine renegades eventually fall to chaos, by accident or by design. Free from the bounds of Imperial doctrine, some indulge their desires for the sake of aggrandizement, glory, or greed. Others, close to extinction or on the brink of catastrophic defeat, hand their souls over to the dark gods in exchange for the smallest chance of survival. The Crimson Slaughter, the Purge, the Red Corsairs, the Cleaved, the Scourged, and many more are renegade warbands whose names strike fear into the heart of imperial rulers. For the Inquisition and the Imperium's High Command, they are a stark reminder of the innate risks that Space Marines pose, and how humanity's greatest asset can swiftly become its greatest danger. despite the obvious need for the Adeptus Astartes in defense of the Imperium, they too are susceptible to heresy and should be closely observed without complacency. The mere existence of such renegade warbands stirs deep hatred within the loyalist Adeptus Astartes. Not only do they despise their traitor brethren for their heretical crimes, but also for the fact that they dishonor all that it means to be a Space Marine, casting doubt upon the loyalties of those who remain true. Wars between loyalist and renegade Space Marines escalate rapidly, enveloping entire subsectors in terrible, all-consuming conflict. Many renegades relish these wars for the opportunity to harvest gene seed and equipment. After all, though they combine the martial might of the Adeptus Astartes with the dark and unnatural blessings of the Chaos Gods, renegade warbands rarely boast any but the most rudimentary supply chains. Most are forced to survive by cannibalizing the war gear and even the biological components of loyalist warriors, or else by preying upon other, less powerful renegade bands. No one, save perhaps the Emperor, knows just how many Space Marines have turned renegade over the millennia. Even one loyal warrior falling in this fashion is too many, as each new renegade warband joins the long war on the side of the Dark Gods, so they take with them yet more of the Imperium's military might, now turned to the perverse power of tearing down humanity's realm, one world at a time. In the tumult of havoc that has raged across the Imperium since the Great Rift's emergence, raids of such a nature have become frighteningly common. Renegades seize every opportunity to capitalize upon the confusion, hardships, and panic of isolated Imperial forces and worlds. The Imperium's armies are overstretched and overwhelmed on multiple fronts, making too many worlds easy prey for Chaos Renegades, who are well learned in the art of plundering, grieving, and raiding. Death Guard. The Death Guard, one of the original traitor legions who turned against the Emperor in the Horus Heresy, are favored by Nurgle over all others in his service. Fed by the demon Primarch Mortarion, their fleets launch from the Plague Planet to ravage the worlds of the Imperium. To face the Death Guard in battle is to fight that which repulses, cripples with nausea, and loosen bowels with fear. Their hulking plague marines are clad in the hues of their patron deity, displaying the panoply of unbridled filth and the heraldry of contagious disease. Coils of foul-smelling entrails burst forth from their cracks in their armor, and some are gifted with writhing tentacles in place of their limbs. Covered in hungry suckers and wicked claws that seem to have a malevolent sentience of their own. Accompanying their every step wafts a horrendous aroma, a vomit-inducing combination of diseased flesh, noxious fumes, corpse gas, and acid-decayed metal, emanating from every inch of their bodies, and billowing from corroded power packs and purpose-built vats. Upon sight of the Death Guard's inexorable march, their enemies unleash punishing volumes of fire. desperate to bring down Mortarian's sons. Yet the Death Guard are implacable warriors, favored with unnatural, diseased resilience. They have been rendered immune to pain by Nurgle's blessings, and jovially weather volleys of fire that would destroy lesser armies. In return, the Death Guard ply their infamous close-range fighting skills. Salvos of bolt rounds are combined with noxious streams of toxic slime, or barrages of armor-piercing shells that unleash corrosive iron blight within the hulls of armored vehicles. Whether battling street to street, plowing through trench networks, or marching unstoppably through suppurating swamps, the Death Guard are unstoppable once they close with their foes. Bubbo-covered cultists and deathless poxwalkers add to the traitors' ranks, eager to kill and infect. Foetid bloat drones hover overhead to drench the foe in toxic slime, or hunt enemy armor with hails of corrosive shot. Plague-burst crawlers launch barrages of spore-spewing shells as they smash aside enemy defenses with their ram blades. Mephitic blight haulers harry enemy tanks with multi-meltas and missile launchers as their gaping maws of razor-sharp teeth snap and drool in hunger. Combined, Death Guard forces grind their foes down into virulent sludge, ripe for molding in Grandfather Nurgle's hands. 1,000 Suns. Clad in ornate armor of rich lapis lazuli and purest gold, the 1,000 Suns were one of the Emperor's original legions, but are now enthralled to Tzeentch, the Changer of Ways. Led by both their demon primarch Magnus the Red and by sorcerers drunk on arcane power, the 1,000 Suns seek to bring about the Imperium's lasting destruction. When the 1,000 Suns make war, it is to claim lost knowledge, to complete arcane rituals, and to revenge themselves on their hated Imperial foes. Each action, however, huge in scale to the outside observer, is but one component in a complex plan potentially eons in the making. Few can even begin to divine the patterns established, so labyrinthian and circuitous are they. The mere presence of the 1,000 Suns warps the nature of the battlefield around them. Time itself is contorted and made sinuous, while the air whips with the eldritch winds of unbound change. Gleaming ranks of rubric marines march in lifeless lockstep, their physical bodies reduced to glittering dust within their animated armor, and their souls little more than possessor ghosts bound to reality by the same sorceries that consumed them. The only sounds they make are the roars of their bolters as they fire punishing volleys of inferno bolts which detonate with the power of the Imperium. These rubric marines are supported by scarab occult terminators who deliver hails of armor-piercing rockets and wield wicked Kopesh blades, their advance as unstoppable as it is unnaturally coordinated. For every lifeless rubric golem, hundreds of deranged cultists and avian Zangors follow in their wake. Brays, chants, and prayers directed at the god of change echo across the battlefield, building to a crescendo of excitement as the shrieking zealots close with the enemy. Packs of hideous demons join them, a menagerie of beasts bounding, leaping, and soaring across the battlefield in myriad colors. These unholy throngs mutate and fling searing warp flame even as they surge into battle. Cursed tanks and demon engines lend their fire to the fray, their machine spirits twisted and spiteful. So do the cults of the Thousand Suns unleash the magics of chaos upon their foes, and in doing so, give praise to the ineffable changer of ways. So do they also serve the will of Magnus the Red, who seeks to gather the forbidden lore that his father the Emperor once forbade him. Only then can he earn vindication for himself and all those psychers who offer him their committed service. Chaos Demons. No foe of the Imperium is more malignant nor more terrible than the demons of chaos, the numberless foot soldiers of the ruinous powers. Spawned in the depths of the warp and fashioned from the very essence of the Imperium, they take the form of monsters from mortals' darkest nightmares and cruelest desires, and they will stop at nothing to see reality itself torn apart. Wherever demons set foot within real space, death and despair follow. Their every deed is motivated by the singular desire to further the agenda of their patron chaos god, and in the process, ensure that those of their rival are violently stymied. On the battlefield, no mercy can be expected from them, for such a concept is utterly alien to beings as strange and inimical as these. Relentless, tireless, they sweep forward to tear their victims apart with hellish weapons and raking talons, or unleash floods of unholy and unclean sorceries. Despite being entities native only to the warp, there are many ways in which demons can pierce the veil of reality. To these malevolent and ever-hungry creatures, mortal souls appear as shining beacons within the Imperium. Those that shine the brightest are psychers, who to the demons of chaos are the richest pickings of all. Should such individuals be ignorant of their own power or be caught unawares, the slightest moment of weakness will see demons rush in to consume their souls, or worse still, transform them into a tortured, living conduit between the warp and real space. Vessels that ply the Imperium to cross the galactic void are equally vulnerable. Imperial craft employ Geller fields to stave off demonic incursion by surrounding the ship with a bubble of reality. Yet, should these shields flicker for even a moment, they will admit a torrent of malevolent entities hell-bent on slaughter and possession. For ships that come under full-scale attack, those on board have to fight a near-hopeless battle against evil made manifest. Countless craft are lost this way, their hulks left to drift in the warp or the void for millennia, with all souls lost. Then there are warp storms, vicious tempests of unreality where the skin of real space splits and the stuff of the Imperium spills violently through. Worlds engulfed by, or even unlucky enough to lie close to, such storms are doomed to weather wave upon wave of demonic incursions. The proximity of the Imperium fuels and sustains the Dark God's legions, allowing them to march upon nation after nation, world after world, without losing their tenuous grip upon reality. Demons can even be summoned by those mortals foolish or powerful enough to do so. Wanton slaughter, blood sacrifice, and forbidden rituals all serve to rip open reality. So are the demonic hordes admitted freely through the veil, often at a cost far higher and more hideous than any summoner could have imagined. Each Chaos God's legions manifest physical characteristics, twisted abilities and overarching drives that embody that deity's essential nature. Khorne's blood legions are relentlessly violent and endlessly wrathful, equipped to spill vital fluids and take skulls with tooth, claw, and blade. The most favored of Khorne's followers charge into the fray on massive juggernauts, brass-fleshed fusions of horned beast and machine. They are led by mighty bloodthirsters, bestial-headed mountains of fury. These demon lords carry huge axes and cruelly barbed whips while clad in armor of magic-resistant brass. Tzeentch's scintillating legions are writhing masses of warp flesh, their bodies swathed in empiric energy. The Change God's minions take the form of cackling, sanity-blasting distortions that can wield deadly warp flame and conjure sorcery capable of mutating foes into gibbering spawn or twisting the strands of fate itself. Such is the trickery of the Changer of the Ways, that to cut down one of his horrors is to unleash two more. Led by towering avian terrors known as Lords of Change, Tzeentch's armies are devious, spiteful, and utterly unpredictable. Enemies double over in nausea at the hideous stench of Nurgle's plague legions before they even set eyes on the grandfather's foul offspring. The plague god delegates much authority to the great unclean ones, vast, bloated monstrosities that heave themselves across the battlefield, their open sores weeping pus and their steaming entrails dragging behind them. All of Nurgle's progeny delight in the spreading of unholy contagions, seeking to infest the galaxy with the fungal growths, unending plagues, and fleshy inflorescences that they see as Nurgle's gift to an ungrateful but fortunate galaxy. It is said that no sight amongst the stars is as alluring yet repellent as that of Slaanesh's legions of excess. Demonettes and fiends bound across the battlefield, each a lithe, graceful, and androgynous creature that beguiles and repulses in equal measure. Some demonettes ride sinuous steeds of Slaanesh, while others are mounted on chariots made from hosts of razor-sharp blades, the slightest sting from which inflicts agonies fit to drive mortals mad. Lightning fast, all of Slaanesh's demons wield their blades and claws with lethal skill, their sensuous movements serving to distract the foe in the moment before the killing strike. Towering above all of Slaanesh's demonic minions are the Keepers of Secrets, four-armed androgynous demon lords that strut proudly before their followers, the most skilled and horribly alluring of all. Since the opening of the Great Rift, the predations of the demons of chaos have become far more widespread, if it were possible, even more gruesome. Demonic legions fall upon world after world, sustained by the pulsing tides of warp energy that spill from the Cicatrix Maledictum. Amidst the darkness of the Noctis Aeterna and the endless madness of the Imperium Nihilus, the demonic servants of the Chaos Gods wage their unnatural wars with newfound vigor. Never have these entities presented a greater threat to the Emperor's realm, nor to the minds and souls of those who dwell within. Chaos Knights. Towering monstrosities, the Chaos Knights are twisted and malignant masters of war, wielding devastating heavy weaponry and deadly close combat armaments. These fallen nobles annihilate all before them and set entire worlds ablaze in their nigh unstoppable fury. When a house of knights stride onto the battlefield, tremors ripple through the ground, warriors topple, and the foundations of bastions crack. They are engines of destruction, designed for one purpose: war on a gigantic scale. Across the Imperium, the Night Houses are the Emperor's strength incarnate, inspiring boundless courage and embodying the power of the Imperium. When these machines and their noble pilots turn to chaos, however, such feelings are replaced by dread and despair. Toxic fumes billow from corroded exhaust vents as lances of Chaos Knights storm through the ranks of their enemies, scattering and trampling all before them without mercy. Warped and tainted by heinous sorceries and malefic re-engineering, once honorable knight suits become walking nightmares. Evil-looking spikes protrude from pauldrons, skulls of defeated foes hang from heavy chains, and imperial sigils are desecrated and replaced with evil symbols and images of unholy beasts. The fallen nobles who pilot these colossal war machines are prideful and arrogant, all too aware of their immense power. Many will only pledge allegiance to the most successful and legendary Chaos champions. Others retain ancient ties to the Dark Mechanicum that date back to the horrors of the Age of Darkness, and to this day are pledged to the heretics who rule the chaotic demon forges. Many fallen households make war alone, deeming none but the dark gods themselves worthy of their allegiance. When a household marches out with their dark pennants snapping in the winds of war, and their diabolical weapons primed for the slaughter, they crush enemy armies and burn entire worlds. Not all Chaos Knights fight as part of a household, however. Some wage their hateful wars alone as Dreadblades, roving from battle to battle, according to whims and desires only they can comprehend. The motivations that make a knight and its noble pilot turn from the Emperor of mankind are manifold. Some belong to households that followed the traitor legions in rebellion during the dread times of the Horus Heresy, while others are simply insane, their minds warped by profane visions or the exploitation of dark entities. Some fall through duplicity or ill fate, their thrones mechanicum tainted with demonic ichor, or their homeworlds consumed by violent warp storms. Whatever the reason behind their turning renegade, these tormented and oath-sworn killers are mighty champions of chaos indeed. From the moment they turn traitor, a noble and their knight suit alike begin a grim descent into irreversible damnation. One taints the other through their neural uplinks, while both suffer the howls and cries of the ancestral ghosts trapped within their throne mechanicum, whipped to madness by their acts of base betrayal. The pilot impresses upon their armor every burst of hatred and bitterness they possess, and in turn, the animal ferocity of a knight suit turned bestial berserker spreads corruption and mutation throughout the fallen noble's body and soul. In the aftermath of the Great Rift's opening, more and more night houses have fallen to chaos. Many have found themselves in close proximity to raw warp energy, twisting and transforming them beyond imagination. Others have been so beset by endless hordes of foes that slaughter itself has become their duty. The need to kill amid so much death consumes them and their throne mechanicum, and their fall to chaos is assured. Chapter 5: Xenos Invaders. They came from the dark places between the stars, from the abyss into which even the Emperor's angels fear to gaze. Monstrous in form, endless in number, the swarm descended to devour all. The Xenos threat. Multitudinous are the Xenos that inhabit the galaxy, and all are hated and reviled by the Imperium. Some have been a thorn in humanity's side since the first colonies beyond Terra were settled. Others have only been encountered in recent years. Some have sector-spanning empires, others dwell only on a single world. It matters not whether Eldari, Orc, Tyranid, Tau, or Necron. All are a dire threat to the Imperium of Man. The Eldari once ruled the galaxy, their vast empire spanning its entirety. Such was their technological mastery that stars lived and died at their whim, and worlds dedicated to their pleasure were created. Their incredible technologies made them masters of war, able to defeat even the most terrible foes. Yet, everything the Eldari had ever created came crashing down in the cataclysm known as the Fall, which annihilated much of their race and completely destroyed their empire. Some of those few Imperial scholars with knowledge of the period believe that this disastrous event caused the manifestation of the Chaos God Slanesh, and that this warp entity has hunted the Eldari ever since, its appetite for their souls insatiable. The terrible calamity of the Fall fragmented and scattered the Eldari race into a number of disparate factions, each battling to escape the embrace of She Who Thirsts, or fight back in one way or another. In the millennia since, these responses have come to define the cultures and martial traditions of these societies. Although but fractal reflections of their race's former glory, the craft world-dwelling Asuryani, the murderous Drakari, the enigmatic Harlequins, and the newly emerged Inari are significant players on the galactic stage. The Necrons, a race of deathless androids from the prehistory of the galaxy, spent tens of millions of years in hibernation until the days of the 41st millennium. Glistening phalanxes of metal warriors, accompanied by talon-limbed horrors, spectral assassins, and esoteric battle engines, emerge from long-forgotten tombs. Such are the hosts led by the Necron Lords, who are bent on reclaiming ancient empires and pursuing feuds millions of years old. While the behavior of awoken tomb worlds varies, the majority are highly aggressive, launching anything from small-scale raids to genocidal actions against enemies on their planets and further afield. Such hostility has brought the Necrons into conflict with all of the galaxy's major races. Orcs are a plague upon the stars, an endless green tide of brutish beasts that thrive on war, fighting, violence, and killing. So numerous and dangerous are they that should the entire race be united into a single force, Imperial researchers believe that they could conquer the entire galaxy. Fortunately for the Imperium, orcs are as likely to fight each other as any other species. And there is virtually no other form of Xenos that has not fought long, bloody wars against the greenskin menace. The Eldari of Craftworld Bieltan hold a particular hatred for them, seeing their presence on any world as a tenacious infection. The Tau, after failed attempts at assimilating the orcs into their empire, declared them unworthy of such an honor, and established numerous protocols and defenses to contain further greenskin assaults on their domain. Many look upon the orcs with disdain and misjudge the threat they and their ramshackle vehicles, driven with unconcealed joy by their maniacal drivers, pose. Orcish ingenuity has proven itself in battle time and time again. However, and the death toll for underestimating the greenskins is incalculable. Totally committed to their ideal of the greater good, or Tau Va, the Tau are a young, technologically sophisticated, and ambitious race determined to share their creed with the rest of the galaxy. Such an ideology has led them to establish contact with numerous species. Those that do not join them are destroyed, and the Tau Fire Warriors have gained much experience cleansing new colony worlds of their inhabitants. The Tau's short but noteworthy history tells of rapid expansion from their home world in the Eastern Fringe, enabled by extremely advanced technology, formidable battle suits, and constant innovation. They have already fought many wars against the Imperium, disabusing humanity of the preconception that the Tau are just another short-lived upstart empire. The Tyranids are a Xenos race totally driven by consuming all life in the galaxy, coming from beyond the intergalactic void. Traversing these stars in vast, living hive fleets, their invasion swarms descend upon any worlds in their path with a single deadly purpose: to feed. Each and every Tyranid bioform and weapon is a highly evolved organism with a singular purpose for which it is perfectly suited. Where these creatures from beyond the stars go, nothing but dead worlds stripped of every cell of biomass are left behind. The Tyranids care not for the nature of what they consume, and countless species have been eradicated by them. The vast genetic resource accumulated by the hive fleets in wars against the Imperium, orcs, and Eldari have all contributed to the adaptation and spawning of different specialized bioforms, only making the Tyranids even more dangerous. Stowing away on Imperial ships, Tyranid gene stealers infiltrate human worlds with the intention of infecting as many of the planet's population with alien genetic structures as possible. The cults that form around these gene stealers are insidious and remain hidden, all the while infiltrating the local governments and sabotaging communications and supplies. The cults themselves are psychic beacons that draw Tyranid hive fleets to the planet. When they arrive, the cultists welcome them as gods descending from the heavens to save them, rising against their former imperial overlords. Such a rebellion wreaks havoc and destabilizes the world's leadership and military, making it easy pickings for the Tyranids' endless swarms. Countless Xenos species swarm between the stars, and new threats to the Imperium are identified all the time. inimical species such as the hyper-violent Barghesi and the chronomatic Crud, parasites like the enslavers, the Chitterics, or the Forpex, even mercenary races such as the Kroot, the Serpentine Slith, or the repugnant Moktori Bone Eaters, all fight for survival and conquest amidst the endless galactic war. Craft World Eldari. Since the cataclysmic event known as the Fall, the Asuryani have plied the stars in vast space vessels known as craft worlds. Once ruling an empire spanning the length and breadth of the galaxy, these Eldari represent but a fragment of their former power. Nonetheless, they are a proud people who fight their war for survival with immense skill and wondrous technology. A dying race, the Asuryani have been in perpetual decline since the fall. In the 41st millennium, the Asuryani are amongst the least numerous of the Imperium's foes. Despite this, their incomparable grasp of psychic power, long lives enabling decades of military training, highly advanced technology, and ruthless determination to survive make them incredibly deadly enemies. When Asuryani war hosts strike, they do so from hidden webway portals or from their craft world's sleek and elegant warships. With such few numbers relative to those of other major players on the galactic stage, the Asuryani commit to battle only to achieve the greatest results while minimizing their losses. They give no warning when they strike, and the motivations behind their attacks are near impossible for their enemies to determine. They make offers of allegiance without warning also, often disguised as a hidden blade. More than one Imperial garrison has found itself beset by foes before being relieved by graceful Eldari warriors and war machines, only then to be turned upon by those who were their saviors shortly before. All such acts contribute to a reputation for unpredictability and perfidiousness. For the Eldari and a select few of the Imperium who have learned of their ways, the reality is very different. Every act of war is carefully decided based on a detailed reading of the Scions of Fate, debated at length by council of Farseers, warlocks, and senior military leaders. Many disparate craft worlds sail the stars, each an independent entity with its own beliefs, culture, and way of war. Oathway is known for its formidable seers and ceaseless fight against chaos. Bieltan is highly aggressive, deploying large numbers of aspect warriors to destroy new human colonies, burgeoning orc infestations, and other incursions by lesser races. More than any other, Eondin commits the souls of its dead to war in wraithbone constructs, having been terribly bloodied by the Tyranids of Hive Fleet Kraken. Same Han's aggressive Windrider hosts have perfected fighting from the saddles of their lightning-fast jet bikes. Lyatok's numerous outcasts act as its eyes and ears, and its warriors have been identified engaging the soulless androids of the Necrons on multiple worlds. The Asuryani have developed the Path system, in which they each dedicate a portion of their life to a single discipline before taking on another. Though harsh, this system prevents the slide into excess all Eldari are vulnerable to. Although many of the paths are civilian in nature, for example those of the poet, potter, artist, and musician, a good number are martial. The path of the warrior has an irresistible lure to almost all Asuryani, and those who choose to follow it join a temple dedicated to a single aspect of Cain, the Eldari god of war. These aspect warriors form the backbone of the Craftworld armies, each squad performing a dedicated role. Fire dragons are experts in anti-tank combat, their fusion guns capable of melting through the thickest armor with ease. Striking scorpions slip in and out of cover as they silently advance to rip their enemies apart with chainswords. Crimson hunters race overhead at supersonic speeds, dominating the skies with their craft's deadly laser weapons. Dark reapers, howling banshees, shining spears, warp spiders, dire avengers, swooping hawks, all and more are found on Eldari craft worlds and play an essential part in their race's war for survival. In their lifetime, many Eldari return to the path of the warrior multiple times before taking the path of command. Such Asuryani are called autarchs and lead their craftworld's armies in the field. The aspect warriors do not always number enough for the task at hand. So few are the Asuryani that they train each of their citizens in the craft of war. Known as guardians, these squads of militia are still highly skilled warriors. While often fighting on foot, they are also expert riders of Wind Rider and Viper jet bikes, skilled in aggressive reconnaissance as war walker pilots, and bringers of death from afar as support weapon crew. Not least, they pilot the engines of Vol, the Asuryani's elegant and deadly anti-grav tanks and transports. Shielded wave serpents race to deliver their cargo of warriors to the front lines. Night spinners launch clouds of lethal monofilament fire that saturate the battlefield with death, and fire prisms unleash hugely powerful lasers capable of piercing armor as easily as a shuriken slices bare flesh. Every Asuryani wears a spirit stone on their person, its purpose to capture their essence in the moment of their death, so that it does not fall into Slaaneash's open maw. Once secured, their spirit is released into the Infinity Circuit, the psychic matrix that runs through the core of every craft world. This not only ensures an afterlife for the Asuryani, but allows the living to commune with the dead. In times of war, however, spirit stones are often placed in huge wraithbone constructs to power them. Even the smallest Wraithguard and Wraithblade looms over the living Eldari warriors around them, with the gigantic Wraithlords twice the size again and gargantuan Wraith Knights as tall as an Imperial Knight. Combined, these ghost warriors form Wraith hosts, implacable walls of psychoplastic armed with some of the most fearsome weapons in the Eldari arsenal. Under the peerless command of an Autarch, and guided by the future-reading power of the Farseers, together the various Asuryani hosts fight with a power greater than the sum of their parts. Each individual and squad fit into carefully laid plans seamlessly. Every swift strike, nimble withdrawal, and onslaught of deadly accurate fire perfectly carried out to inflict as much damage as possible in the shortest time. Drakari. The Drakari are sadistic killers who feed off the despair, anguish, and suffering of their victims. Rapacious slavers, they raid their unsuspecting enemies with lightning speed before vanishing back to their lairs in Kamarad, the twisted nether city that lurks in the darkest corners of the webway. The wise fear the dark city of Kamarad and its twisted inhabitants. Sheltered in the webway since before the fall, the Drakari have thrived on violence, decadence, depravity, and excess. As time has drawn on, they have only grown more addicted to each in their drive to stave off death and an eternity of unbearable torment in the clutches of she who thirsts. Arrogance is a trait found in all Drakari, from the most inexperienced Kabbalite to the wizened Archon who recalls life before the fall. Having survived this catastrophe practically unscathed, the Kamarites felt little of the humbling imposed upon their Osurnari kin. Seeing no real decline in their strength or power, such a concept as repentance is practically unknowable to them. In no small part due to this, the Drakari feel no shame or concern in the seizing of billions of slaves from lesser races, and inflicting unspeakable horror upon them to feed their insatiable lust for extreme acts of perversion, decadence, and torture. Kamarag has always been a city of obscene wealth, shameless excess, and bloody internal strife, and this has only grown worse since the Drakari learned that such things are sufficient to deny she who thirsts their souls and grant them everlasting life. The great diversity of Eldari characters that were drawn to Kamarag's unique delights and experiences before the fall has since evolved as the Dark City's needs have changed, and many warring factions have emerged, each tailoring its activities to the demands of Kamarag's vast population. With the Dark City having access to hidden webway gates on thousands of planets throughout the galaxy, the Drakari are able to raid, slaughter, and plunder at will. Since the emergence of the Great Rift, or Dathidian as it's known to the Eldari, many worlds thought impregnable are now vulnerable, something that Drakari of all stripes have not hesitated to exploit to its furthest extent. Resembling criminal gangs, militant cartels, and noble households, the armies of the Cabals are amongst the most recognizable Drakari. Clad in sleek bladed armor, their devilish raids are commanded by Archons and made at enormous speeds. Their warriors mounted in gravity-defying flocks of barb-prowed raiders and venom transports. Even as the vessels descend from the skies, the Kabbalites' splinter weapons spit torrents of crystal shards that subject their targets to hideous pain. Every scream is sweet music to the Kabbalites, who revel in the thrill of the hunt, the torment they cause, demonstrating their superiority over the galaxy's lesser races while partaking in debaucherous murder. Their raids yield countless millions of slaves with each passing day, sold in Kamarag's vast flesh markets to be subjects for sick experiments, worked to death in choking and hellish weapon factories, or tormented, their drawn-out end giving untold pleasure and great sustenance to their buyers. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of Cabals vying for supremacy in Kamarag, each with their own agendas and styles of warfare. The Cabal of the Blackheart is the greatest and oldest of its kind, and the personal army of Astrobal Vecht, supreme overlord of Camarog. The crimson armored cabal of the Flayed Skull are noted for their mastery of aerial combat. The cabal of the Obsidian Rose's perfectly crafted weaponry is the envy of all in Camarog. The cabal of the Poisoned Tongue is notorious for its skill in the art of infiltration, even amongst their duplicitous race. No matter a cabal's idiosyncrasies, however, all must win battles and seize captives to survive. The many thousands of witch cults have evolved out of Camarog's insatiable appetite for depraved sensations. Not every Jakari wages war in real space, feasting off the pain of the fallen, yet all need sustenance. The daily and gruesome gladiatorial combats displayed by the witch cult in their hellish arenas satisfy the masses' deep needs. Each witch is an expert in the art of death and maiming, able to extract the maximum amount of pain from every thrust of the impaler or slash of the blade. All witches thrive on competition and constantly strive to outshine their rivals and show off their mesmerizing skill. The arena is not the only place where they can do this. Many of their number relish taking to the field of battle to test their worth against the myriad monsters and creatures the galaxy holds. Supported by reavers mounted on agile jetbikes and drug-fueled hellions riding nimble skyboards, the witches cut through their foes with breathless ease as they are driven ecstatic by the suffering they cause. As with the cabals, the witches use these raids to take captives of their own. While many might be sold upon returning to Camarog, many more are kept by the cult. Myriad beasts and species dwell throughout the galaxy, each feeling pain and expressing misery in unique ways. The witch cult endeavors to showcase unique delights to their cheering spectators, and many of their strikes into real space are set the task of seizing never-before-seen wonders to torture and slay on the sands of their gladiatorial pits. Dwelling in dungeon strongholds in the very bowels of the Dark City, the abhorrent homunculi spark dread even amongst their own kin. Yet these malevolent torturer alchemists possess the power, through eldritch science and forbidden lore, to revivify even the most brutally slain Kabbalite or witch. Jealously do the homunculi coven guard their secrets, for the denizens of the Dark City will pay richly to guarantee resurrection in the event of untimely death. Not only this, but the homunculi also possess the gruesome knowledge and facilities needed to grow cloned Drukhari in the amniotic breeding walls of their lairs. For a species with so low a birth rate and so brutally high a tally of attrition through murder, warfare, and duplicity, this monopoly on creation makes the homunculi powerful indeed. They conduct raids for their own horrifying and hideous ends, leading armies of laboratory-created abominations when they do. Huge engines of pain constructed from tortured flesh and metal, flawlessly obedient racks and insane grotesques inspire terror in their enemies as they carve them apart, seizing the most intriguing of victims for their masters to take back to Camarog. Though these traits are common to most covens, each is a unique entity. Some create ever more monstrous minions with which to further their goals. Others take great pains to lure their targets into deadly traps. Many develop the arts of fear to new and terrible heights. Comrade society is defined by cutthroat politics, rivalry, treachery, and paranoia. No one Drakari can truly trust another. An offer of allegiance can easily disguise the point of a blade or the end of a splinter pistol. Every drop of wine or bite of food at a feast can contain deadly, untraceable toxins. Thus it is, thus it always shall be. The supreme overlord of the Dark City would have it no other way. By such means are his people strengthened, his rivals kept occupied, and his supremacy assured. Harlequins. The Harlequins are devoted servants of Sigurach, the Laughing God, the only deity of the Eldari pantheon to survive the fall. In his name do they wage their war against the servants of Slaanesh, and play their cruel tricks upon their foes. Fighters of immense speed and agility, the Harlequins make battle a lethal dance. Every leap, thrust, charge, and parry is a perfectly choreographed step designed to bring about swift death to any foe. Clad in hollow suits that turn every deft movement and graceful stride into a polychromatic blur, they leave their terrified opponents facing little more than lethal geists. When the Harlequins choose to reveal themselves to their victims, their masks change, forming nightmarish images. Lightweight flip belts use anti-grav technology to allow their wearers to weave through dense terrain and over formidable obstacles with frightening ease in a ballet of psychedelic colors. Despite the haze that characterizes the Harlequins' every move, the kiss of their blades is undeniably real. Even facing one Harlequin on the battlefield is to fight a ghost set on causing as much mayhem as possible. To fight an entire mask is to engage in a mirage of blades and shuriken, and a riotous confusion of sound and color. Together, troops of Harlequins work in perfect synchronicity. Each attack is a dance of death, a waltz of bloodshed, and everyone tells a tale from Eldari legend. Each Harlequin knows their place, the exact time to swing a blade or pull a trigger. They make war into art, although to the untrained eye, none of this is perceptible. Such is its subtlety and the skill and speed with which it is applied. The Harlequin's lightning speed on foot is supplemented by hosts of rapidly moving anti-grav vehicles and jet bikes, striking from the webway at extreme velocity. Star Weaver transports bring hosts of warriors into battle. Void Weaver gunships blast the enemy with prismatic and haywire cannons, and Skyweaver jet bikes achieve nigh impossible feats of aerial acrobatics as they strike down foe after foe. Elite specialists lead and join the masks. Troop masters direct every move like the greatest impresario. Death jesters launch volleys of heavy shuriken, seeking out key targets to bring down. And mysterious shadow seers drench the battlefield with phantasmic power to terrify and misdirect. Solitaires are such masters of combat that they can do the bloody work of entire armies with their esoteric weaponry, through the sacrifice they have made for such abilities are horrifying to comprehend. Every troop, mask, and grand mask is unique. Though they all fight Sigarak's war against Slaanesh, how they do this varies. The Midnight Sorrow fight chaos more aggressively than any other. The Frozen Stars care only for the restoration of the Eldari race. The Dreaming Shadow do whatever it takes to prevent the rebirth of the Necrons. Countless others have their own agendas. To achieve their aims, they are given singular freedom to move between the Eldari factions, and have been instrumental in uniting their race when needed most. Inari, known as the Pathless, or the Reborn, the Inari are followers of Yanid, the Eldari god of the dead. A rising force in the galaxy, they believe that through the death of every Eldari, Yanid will rise and defeat the Chaos God Slaanesh forever. The Inari are made up of the Eldari from every faction of their dying race. They believe in the ancient prophecy that when the last of their peoples die, the slumbering god of the dead, Yanid, will awaken and slay Slaanesh, their most feared and hated enemy. It is also their belief that this can be achieved without the true death of their race. Thus the Asuryani, Drukhari, Harlequins, and others come together under the leadership of Urain, the emissary of Yanid. Such diverse hosts as those fielded by the Inari fight in a unique manner, with Eldari who have never fought side by side combining their skills in deadly fashion. Kabbalite warriors unleash hails of agonizing splinters into the foe alongside Asuryani guardians launching volleys of armor-piercing shuriken. Harlequin troops perform their dances of death amongst Drukhari witch cults, cutting down enemies ensnared in the witches' shard nets. Windrider jet bikes race sky reavers across the battlefield, their riders whooping and laughing as they gun down enemies in droves. In addition to the impeccable warrior skills that all trained Eldari possess, as Inari they have access to energies that none of their kin elsewhere have. They can harness the power of the dead. When the Inari clash with their foes and bloodshed begins, they have the ability to siphon the souls of the slain as well as those within the spirit stones they wear to invigorate their attacks. Such an infusion enables them to fight with preternatural speed and unleash psychic powers that strike down enemies in seconds or fortify their kin. This makes them a deadly foe indeed, for should an enemy have the upper hand and slay a great many Inari, the Eldari will only be strengthened, fighting back with greater ferocity and vigor. This absorption of power makes each Inari a living horde of souls. Denying Slaanesh its bounty in such a way deeply angers she who thirsts, and holding so much power within them makes each Inari a sumptuous bounty to the Chaos God. Representing gluttonous feasts as well as dangerous threats, the Inari are uniquely targeted by Slaanesh, such that wherever they go, despite the hope they may offer by denying the Eldari race's greatest enemy its feast, death always follows them. Varain and her loyal bodyguard, the Visarch, are unmoved by this threat. Neither are they persuaded to abandon the quest to restore Yanid by those of the other factions who see them as dangerous or even tainted. With the support of invaluable allies, such as the Eldrad Ulthuan of Ulthwé and Iana Arianel of Eoden, and the ability to release the immense power of the Incarni, the Avatar of Yanid formed the fracturing of Bealton's craft world's infinity circuit, Rain remains determined that the salvation of the Eldari race is in her god's hands. Necrons. After 60 million years in hibernation, the android legions of the Necrons rise across the galaxy. Armies of burnished steel, once dormant and hidden, march again, inexorable in their advance to restore their ancient empire. Armed with arcane technology, nigh impervious to damage, and led by maniacal overlords, few Xenos races are as terrifyingly dangerous. Aeons ago, in a time of apocalyptic war between some of the first sentient beings in the galaxy, the Necrontyr sold their souls in their greed for the secret of eternal life, being born again as the Necrons. Thus did beings of flesh become beings of metal. The story of these events is shrouded in myth and allegory, even to the most ancient races. All that can be gleaned is that it was seen fit to commit the Necrons to the Great Sleep, legions of warriors placed into stasis crypts alongside esoteric battle engines, ready to wake again to rebuild and reclaim. Now that they have risen, they strike out, slaying those younger races who have since settled their worlds and dispatching fleets to cleanse the stars of lesser species. The Necrons command technologies that are capable of bending the laws of physics to their will, possessing an understanding of the sciences far exceeding that of the Imperium. On the battlefield, its effects are truly devastating. Even the Gauss flares, carried by the most rudimentary Necron warriors, unleash precision volleys of disassembling beams that can strip away almost any material to its constituent atoms in seconds. And even armored fighting vehicles are vulnerable to its fearsome power. Tesla weapons discharge bolts of living lightning that engulf the target, immolating and melting flesh and metal with equal impunity. Beam weapons use faster-than-light tectonic particles to transmute a sliver of metal into a lance of energy that simply erases the foe it strikes out of existence. When the Necrontyr traded their flesh and blood bodies for cold metal forms, they exchanged all the weaknesses of mortality for the unbendable strength of the machine. Those unfortunate enough to face the Necron in battle quickly learned that their traditional tactics and weaponry are of little avail against this new foe. Steel warriors march on its lockstep, immune to the bullets and flames that would lay low mere mortals. When heavy weapons are brought to bear against the Necrons, severed limbs made of living metal claw their way back together. The fallen Necron lurching back to its feet to continue its war of extermination and conquest. To witness such a harrowing sight is unsettling indeed, and is to know how hopeless resistance truly is. Those damaged beyond repair simply phase out, leaving no trace of their former presence. The majority of such vanished Necrons are not, in fact, destroyed. Rather, they are teleported back across time and space to their tomb complex, where arcane machineries make them ready to march to war again. Though indomitable phalanxes of steel infantry are the core around which the Necron legions pivot, other forms take their place in the sea of metal, each a deadly force in their own right. Canoptic constructs that guarded the sleeping Necrontyr for millions of years turn their energies to the attack. Spiders coordinating the terror-inducing wraiths and tides of armor-crippling scarabs. Battle engines drawn from techno-armories make their presence known on the battlefield with crackling energy charges. Clouds of menacing night scythes and doom scythes dominating the skies as colossal monoliths, obelisks, and doomsday arcs creep forward relentlessly. Insane destroyer cults, motivated purely by the desire to annihilate the living, attack with blades flashing and cannons firing. Deathmarks assassinate enemy leaders after spending days hidden in pocket dimensions of reality. Most dangerous and mysterious of all are the Catan shards. Disparate and contradictory records describe them as star gods enslaved by the Necrons before their slumber. Beings of near unlimited power, when unleashed from their terrible prisons by the Necrons, their actions are terrifying to behold. They can manipulate the flow of time, control the minds of lesser beings, direct blasts of deadly energy, and achieve all manner of nigh impossible feats. The lords and overlords who command these armies have woken from their slumber with much of their personality, motivations, and memories intact, unlike their lesser subjects, most of whom had their minds mutilated by the experience. In the eyes of these rulers, the galaxy is theirs to reclaim, and the races that populate it little more than vermin to be exterminated or dust to be swept away. Though each lord and overlord's ambitions vary wildly, many have had their agendas distorted into near madness by the long passage of time. Most revolve around the accruing of power and influence. Should this mean infighting, coups, and plots, then so be it. Such behaviors are part of Necron society, in which power is held by the cunning and the ruthless. At the height of its glory, the Necron Empire was a tapestry of countless interlocking dynasties, each making a crown world of its own its home. Though the Necrons have been awakening slowly for thousands of years, the number of dynasties rising to restore their former territories has surged in recent centuries. Many of the awoken dynasties have reached prominence, earning new reputations in the dying days of the 41st millennium. The Zarkon dynasty is the Silent King's own, and those who belong to it are arrogant masters of Blackstone. The Saltek dynasty is amongst the most ambitious and powerful. Its Pharaon Imhotep, the Stormlord, seeking to unite all the Necron under his banner. The Mephrit's overlords once were famous for their arsenal of star-killing weaponry, and compete for power in the aftermath of their Pharaoh's death. The Nephrek are masters of translocation beam, able to lead their armies from system to system with terrifying rapidity. Orcs. Tough, brutal, relentlessly thuggish, and impossibly numerous, the orcs are one of the most dangerous species in the galaxy. Thriving on battle and mayhem, they have been a dire threat to humanity since before the dawn of the Imperium, their marauding warbands turning up in every corner of the galaxy. When the orcs attack, they fill the air with their bestial roars, the thunderous growls of revving engines, and the deep booms of their crude artillery. They sweep on like an onrushing tidal wave, wreathed in choking clouds of dust and filthy exhaust fumes. Mobs of orcs storm forwards clad in patchwork armor, swinging brutal weapons with savage joy. Many race into battle aboard armored trucks and wagons, whose gaping exhausts belch thick black smog even as their massive guns hammer furious and usually wildly inaccurate volleys of fire into the foe. As the orcs surge towards their foes, they display a singular lack of concern for the dangers they face or the casualties inflicted amongst their fellows. So inhumanly resilient is the orc physiology that they frequently ignore multiple gunshot wounds or even the loss of limbs in their eagerness to get to the fight. The explosive demise of their fellows' war engines or combat walkers, meanwhile, prompts little more than raucous cheers and catcalls from the orcs nearby. The carnage truly begins when the orcs reach the enemy lines. Numbers, momentum, and sheer ferocity combine into a thunderous charge more akin to a living avalanche than an attacking army. Orcs hack down opposing infantry with their choppas or turn them to bloody mulch with revving kill saws. They crush foes to death with brutal power claws or riddle them with fusillades of crude firepower at point-blank range. Every greenskin revels in the brutal anarchy of the action, not once slowing down in their joyful fury, egged on by the rest of the boys in their mob and by the mighty war bosses who lead them. Once an enemy is destroyed, the orcs set upon the corpses of the dead, greenskin and foe alike, and the thousands of wrecked vehicles strewn across the battlefield, aiming to loot anything of value. A lump of twisted steel that will make for a perfect axe, orcs' teeth, the currency of the greenskins, and entire tanks are all taken by the marauding Xenos. Fights amongst them are common, whether it be over the richest pickings, leadership of the various warbands, or very often out of sheer boredom now that the battle is over. These frequent brawls are a form of entertainment in their own right, with the diminutive Gretchen running between the legs of jeering boys, taking bets and enjoying seeing their larger, bullying cousins taking a beating for a change. Made up of so many highly competitive and violent warbands, tribes, and clans, the orc race has an immense propensity for infighting, and many Imperial scholars assert strongly that this self-destructive behavior is the only thing stopping the greenskins from taking over much of the galaxy. It takes a particularly large and powerful individual to steer greenskins towards a common purpose, for orc society is one based on a simple hierarchy. Might is right and biggest is best. The bigger and stronger a greenskin is, the more likely he will be in charge. The very biggest and strongest orcs conquer vast numbers of lesser tribes before folding them into their own, resulting in a great wag, a rampage that can be described as something between a holy war, invasion, and migration, fit to drown entire star systems in wave upon wave of greenskins. In recent times, the Imperium has encountered more wags than ever before, thinning its depleted and overstretched defenses. 6 major clans have been identified amongst orc society. The Goth clan consists of hulking black-clad brutes who specialize in close-quarter infantry assault. The speed-crazed Evil Sons race into battle on customized trucks, war bikes, and other vehicles fitted with all kinds of weird weapons and daubed with generous lashings of red paint, which the orcs believe make them go faster. The blood axes are viewed askance by other orcs and rarely trusted, for they engage in such unorky practices as planning their battles beforehand and wearing camouflage. Draped in lucky blue paint, the Death Skulls are looters and thieves supreme, while the Bad Moons are by far the richest orcs. Their fast-growing teeth allow them to buy the biggest guns and deck their vehicles with gold plating and flashy decorations. Traditionalists by orc standards, meanwhile, the snakebites favor simple forms of warfare. There are some who are outcast from their clans, known as freebooters. These piratical orcs rampage around the galaxy looking for loot and opportunities to sow mayhem and destruction. The orcs as a whole are not complex beings, and their society, for all its apparent barbarity, is a robust one. As long as there are foes to fight, the orcs will keep fighting them, spreading ever further across the stars until they are either defeated at last or conquer all. Tau Empire. Dynamic and supremely confident, the Tau have established a powerful empire built around their philosophy of the Tau Va, or greater good. Incredibly ambitious, they believe their fusion of ideology and military technology conquers all. To the Tau, there are only those who will embrace the Tau Va, and those who must be shown the error of their ways for failing to do so. United by their unshakable commitment to the Tau Va, the Tau believe unreservedly that it is their destiny to bring hope and enlightened rule to the benighted galaxy. With a highly developed and rapidly advancing mastery of technological innovation, their people have brought light to the darkness of bleak stars. The Tau do not hesitate to defend their ideology or propagate it on the field of battle. Where their armies of fire warriors and alien allies excel at applying enormous firepower and precisely coordinated strikes to cripple their enemies and bring them to their knees. The Tau Society is made up of 5 castes. The Water Caste provides silken-voiced diplomats and wily traders. The Earth Caste provides fastidious scientists and assiduous logisticians. The Air Caste breeds daring pilots and tireless spacecraft crew. From the Fire Caste are drawn the Tau's skilled soldiery, derived from the physically strongest of the Tau's race's original tribes. They have been selectively bred over centuries to further improve upon these natural advantages, so that each fire warrior is robust, aggressive, and courageous. Finally, the Tau are led by the Ethereal Caste, mysterious individuals of unknown origin who command respect and loyalty without question. Many Imperial observers suspect that that means by which the Ethereals have secured their rank and influence can only be nefarious, such as the devotion they inspire. The warriors of the Fire Caste are born and bred to be soldiers. Those who reach the highest ranks of command will have served the greater good for decades, and no fire warrior is permitted to leave the military except through old age or death. During their service, each warrior employs some of the most advanced war gear in the galaxy. The Earth Caste scientists furnish them with enormously powerful weapon systems, highly advanced battle suits and armor, and even artificial intelligence systems that can serve in any role from reconnaissance to fire support. The Tau recognize that individually they may lack the sheer brawn of the Orc or the speed of the Eldari, but united by their ideology and backed by their technology, they know there is no foe they cannot defeat. On the battlefield, the Tau are masters of combined arms warfare. Squads of fire warriors lay down torrents of pulse rifle fire as veterans in crisis battlesuits use their jetpacks to leap in and out of cover, blasting the enemy with a fearsome array of weapons. Hammerhead gunships destroy enemy armor with pinpoint railgun shots as swarms of seeker missiles hunt remorselessly for their targets. Overhead, nimble razor shark strike fighters duel with enemy aircraft as sun shark bombers ensure no ground target escapes the Tau's reach. Amongst the deadliest of all are the Riptide battlesuits and Storm Surge artillery walkers, vast assets wielding some of the most advanced weapons in the Tau arsenal. Under their commander's wise leadership, these elements work closely together to bring about the most efficient defeat of the enemy. Never a numerous race, the Tau do not employ the tactics of attrition evinced by the Astra Militarum, orcs or Tyranids. While the tides of war may dictate sacrifice in the name of the greater good, no Tau military assets are considered disposable. All have a role to play, and the Tau avoid any kind of static defense or wasteful last stands unless left with no options. Even their fortifications are equipped with anti-grav units so that they are able to redeploy to advantageous battlefield positions. Tactical retreats or secure lives or create new avenues for achieving victory are seen as honorable and praiseworthy. The Tau approach to war is as philosophical as it is practical. Numerous strategies have been developed over many years that are carefully studied by every member of the Fire Caste. The collected wisdom of old heroes is ever a source of inspiration for Tau commanders, who can utilize Arch of War, such as the Mont'ka, the Killing Blow, or the Kalyan, the Patient Hunter. Whichever philosophy is deemed best suited to destroying the foe in the given battlefield situation will be applied. Though they have conquered world after world in the name of the greater good, it is the Tau Empire's preference to assimilate alien races they discover rather than make war with them. Thanks to the lustrous diplomatic skill of the Water Caste, many races have been welcomed into the embrace of the Tau Va and become valued partners in furthering the great cause, including the Kroot, Vespids, Terillians, Vikasar, and the Gaug. Even some human worlds have allowed themselves to be subsumed. The Imperium has not failed to notice that those who reject peaceful offerings of the Tau Empire are swiftly invaded and often destroyed. Thus is mankind reminded of the duplicity of the alien. No matter their winsome promises, they seek nothing but domination over mankind. With each distinct period of their empire's growth, known as spheres of expansion, the Tau have learned more of the horrors lurking amongst the stars. They have suffered incredible losses and devastating setbacks, but they remain undeterred. Nothing will prevent them from unifying the galaxy. Such is their tenacity that they continue to expand their stellar empire regardless of hardships or setbacks. With every victory, the Tau know they grow ever closer to fulfilling their destiny. Tyranids. The Tyranids have invaded the galaxy from beyond the intergalactic void, their hive fleets slithering like tendrils into every region of the galaxy. Driven by the imperatives of the almighty hive mind, their swarms sweep over world after world in a living tide of biological killing machines, and seek to devour every last shred of biomass in their path. Though only identified relatively recently, The Tyranid hive fleets have quickly been recognized as one of the gravest threats to not only the Imperium, but to any form of life in the galaxy. Consisting of seemingly unending numbers of bioconstructs, ranging from microorganisms to colossal hive ships, each hive fleet advances relentlessly through the void. As it does so, it consumes all organic matter in its path, converting this biomass to yet more Tyranid creatures and hive ships. In scant centuries, the Imperium has identified a multitude of these hive fleets, such as Behemoth, Kraken, Hydra, and Gorgon. Each has its own strategies and biomorphs, many of which have manifested as swift generational adaptations in response to the strengths and tactics of the enemies that the Tyranid swarms face. The horror of a Tyranid assault on a prey world begins long before the first bioconstruct sets foot on the surface. The unfortunate planet is first engulfed in a psychic signal that renders it utterly silent, all warp travel and communication made possible. This mysterious and dread phenomenon has been named the Shadow in the Warp, and it is the harbinger of doom. It leaves the people of Imperial worlds unable to escape their fate, or to call for reinforcements that might be their salvations. When the Tyranids strike, the prey world is beset by endless waves of predatory creatures, each optimally adapted to overwhelm the specific forms of opposition arrayed against them. Many of these invaders are further enhanced with vicious biomorphs, ranging from toxin sacs and adrenal glands to wicked claws and grotesque biocannons. Even the Tyranids' weapons are living organisms, firing frantically carnivorous beetles and larvae eager to burrow deep into flesh. In battle, leaping gaunt forms race ahead of towering carnifexes. Exocrines and other monsters, sky swarm bioforms soar over defenses, cutting defenders down with impunity. The myriad creatures of the swarms work in perfect synchronicity, under the command of the hive tyrants and other synapse creatures, psychic bioforms that can bind the instinctive bestial tendencies of their charges to a single deadly will. There appears to be no end to the threat. Each year, more systems and subsectors are consumed. None know of the Tyranids' true origins, though speculations abound. Many learned individuals suggest the Tyranids may have already picked other galaxies clean, and that this one is simply the next in line. Others have proposed that what assails the Imperium today is but the earliest larval stages of what will become an unstoppable megaswarm of ravenous maws, razor-sharp talons, and chitinous beasts descending upon the galaxy like the Acridians of the ancient Terran myth. Some whisper in terror the hive fleets are not independent, and in some way are linked to some vast, unknowable intelligence. All any can agree on is that none truly know. All any can do is pray that the inundation of alien flesh that threatens to drown the galaxy will miraculously abate, though few allow themselves such a foolish hope. The Tyranids have but a single purpose and desire: to feed. They are not motivated by territorial gain or by fear of a kind of human might understand. Yet the hunger they feel is not mindless nor directionless. They are driven by a gestalt intelligence that the Imperium knows as the hive mind, and which guides them to fight and destroy any who bar their path. With every world consumed, every planet stripped of its biomass, the Tyranid hive fleets gather ever greater might and churn out new waves of predatory beasts to continue their rapacious advance. As more and more hive fleets appear on the galaxy's edges, so the true scale of this inimical threat becomes ever more terrifyingly apparent. Gene Stealer Cults. Far from the prying eyes of the Imperium's harsh authorities, a sinister threat gathers its strength. The Gene Stealer cults, worshippers of mysterious and ominous deities, undermine the roots of the worlds they dwell upon to pave the way for those they see as their liberators from beyond the stars. An unseen scourge, few threats to the Imperium are so insidious. A Gene Stealer cult begins with but a single claimed victim. Lone Gene Stealers, vanguard organisms of the Tyranid race, steal themselves away into the bowels of the Imperium's infrastructure. Neglected holds of deep space bulk haulers, abandoned manufactorum ducts, and the polluted tunnels and sumps of underhives all offer sanctuary to stalking Gene Stealers looking to spread tendrils of genetic corruption through unsuspecting human populations. Once a Gene Stealer infects its first victims, snatching them into the darkness and jabbing them with its dripping ovipositor, the infestation grows exponentially. The infected become enthralled to their new alien overlord, regarding it as an idol that will deliver them from whatever miseries they experienced in their former lives. Crude cycles follow, generations of loyal gene cultists spawning in service of their grotesque deity. Amongst them are bred officers, commanders, assassins, and lieutenants, genetically imbued with psychic abilities or vital specialist skills and knowledge. After the 5th generation, the cycle is begun anew as pure strain Gene Stealers are born, ready to bring other cities and worlds into Xenos rapture. Knowing how many worlds across the Imperium have fallen victim to the scourge of the Gene Stealer cults, nigh impossible. To seek out such knowledge would be to invite despair enough to challenge the most resolute minds, or to understand even in part how far the corruption has spread is to see just how precarious the sanctity of the Emperor's realm truly is. Nevertheless, the agents of the Imperium seek just such information tirelessly, for nothing less than total eradication of the Gene Stealer cults is required. This crusade to discover the truth and annihilate the Gene Stealer scourge is motivated by one factor above all. The Gene Stealer cults act as psychic beacons to the Tyranid hive mind, drawing the hive fleets to densely populated worlds. As the cult grows larger and the Tyranids grow nearer, it will rise up against Imperial rule to make way for their gods. By the time the uprising is declared, the cult's members have infiltrated multiple levels of government, and its networks stretch across numerous civil and military organizations. When the order is given, the Gene Stealer cultists strike. Those defenders still loyal to the Imperium find bridges destroyed, their ammunition stolen, and the fuel lines in their vehicles cut. Hundreds of senior officials and officers are ruthlessly struck down. Those they once counted on as trusted advisors driving blades into their backs. Entire regiments judged steadfast in their allegiance to the Emperor turn their guns upon their fellows, sowing death and confusion before the loyalists can react. Those of the cult too alien in form to walk unnoticed in society are finally unleashed, striking from tunnels and abandoned structures, slaughtering their enemies with a combination of wicked claws and crude human weaponry. Hordes of foot soldiers are joined by civilian vehicles modified for battle with heavy weaponry. Gene Stealer cults are highly territorial, fighting tooth and claw with any who would dare challenge their ownership of a world. They rise up in the face of Xenos invasion and clash viciously with gangs and chaos cults who threaten their positions. Those Genestealer cults with the strength and numbers to do so will even prosecute wider campaigns, becoming system or even sector-spanning organizations that have developed their own distinctive ways of making war and conquering worlds. The cunning cult of the Four-Armed Emperor, for example, are masters of the subterranean assault. The highly organized Hive cult, on the other hand, prefer to infiltrate local military forces, while the weather-beaten Rusted Claws excel in the open field, making war as nomads from the backs of their rugged vehicles. When the Genestealer cults go to battle, they do so in the absolute certainty that their day of ascension has finally arrived. Their fanatical belief in the coming of the Star Children makes them a threat far greater than their ragtag appearance might suggest, one that may yet undermine the proud empires vying to rule the stars.